Chapter 538. Luo Qinggu knelt on the ground, nervously waiting for Lin Feng's final verdict. Lin Feng looked at the little girl in front of him and smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a thought from the God of War's clone in the void battlefield. Although it's very weak, is this little Lin's mana fluctuation? Lin Feng frowned slightly and looked at Luo Qinggu. He said indifferently, "I've just said that your path in the future depends on yourself. Don't be hot-headed and make decisions on the spur of the moment. Before making a choice, think clearly about your choice and your decision. What's the purpose behind it, and what impact it will have in the end?" Luo Qinggu raised her head and looked at Lin Feng blankly. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Senior Lin, Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu doesn't really understand. Lin Feng faintly smiled. "So, think about it yourself. Think clearly before saying anything." Luo Qinggu blinked. Some vague thoughts flashed through her mind. She felt that she understood some of Lin Feng's words, but her thoughts were not very clear. "Go and rest first." Lin Feng smiled. With a wave of his hand, he sent Luo Qinggu to the desolate Sky Valley to accompany Jun Zining, who had returned there earlier. After sending off the little girl, Lin Feng summoned Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, and Yu Hongyan, the 3 disciples in the Golden Elixir period. He smiled and said, "Although it's a little early, I can let you all broaden your horizons and see the void battlefield in advance." As he spoke, Lin Feng used his mana to wrap up Xiao Yan and the others. Then he pointed his right index finger between his eyebrows and swapped the space between his main body and the God of War's clone. This was the mysterious effect of Lin Feng's 2 realms void technique. Even if the God of War's clone was in the chaotic void battlefield, he could still swap places. The War God clone returned to Jade Capital Mountain, while Lin Feng's main body went to where the clone was just now. He was currently in the middle of a turbulent storm in the void battlefield. After passing through the storm, the surrounding space was still very chaotic, but it was no longer as dangerous. Lin Feng released Xiao Yan and the others. There are many dangers in the void battlefield. Even with Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao's strength, they wouldn't be safe in there. Yu Hongyan was even more so. If they were to enter the void battlefield on their own, it would be hard to predict whether they would be able to leave the void battlefield and return to the vast 1,000 domains. Under normal circumstances, only primordial spirit realm cultivators could enter and leave the void battlefield freely. Yuanying stage cultivators could only rely on luck to leave if they did not have any special methods. Before he accepted Wang Lin as his disciple, Lin Feng had once accidentally opened a crack in the void battlefield. He had only stopped at the edge of the void battlefield for a while, but he had also helped the Xiandao sect's Yuanying patriarch Pu Beizi to leave the void battlefield. If it were not for Lin Feng's mistake, Pu Beizi might not have been able to return to the Divine Land so early. If the cultivators of the Golden Elixir period entered the void battlefield without any special treasures, they would most likely be protected by their own primordial spirit realm cultivators. Now that they had Lin Feng's protection, Xiao Yan and the others would naturally be safe. They looked at the chaotic and barren world in front of them and felt that the spirit chi here was vast but extremely abundant. All of them were amazed. I have long heard of the void battlefield. Seeing it today, it is indeed different from the vast 1,000 domains and the medium 1,000 domains. Yu Hongyan sighed and said, "In comparison, the void battlefield in the Divine Land is as stable as land, while this place is like the ocean." Lin Feng led them forward and said with a smile, "The void battlefield did not originally exist. At the end of the primordial era, the heaven primordial world was split into 2 worlds, the vast land of infinite mainland and the divine land. This powerful tearing force created the void battlefield. However, the The space was chaotic, and the boundaries were hard to understand. The void battlefield existed independently and was not at the border between the vast land of infinite mainland and the divine land. Lin Feng looked at the chaotic space and said with a smile, "In this chaotic area, danger and treasures coexist. From this angle, it would not be wrong to say that it is like the ocean." Shi Tianhao had not spoken since entering the void battlefield. He kept looking around, and his lips were tightly pursed. This place was closely related to the first half of his life. Because of his birth, his grandfather entered the void battlefield to collect treasures for him and then disappeared. Later, his parents also entered this place in order to find his grandfather. Before leaving, they placed him in Shi Tianyi's house, which finally led to the tragedy. There was still no news of his grandfather. Not long ago, his parents finally left the void battlefield and returned to the divine land after going through many hardships. However, they were ambushed and had no choice but to return to this place to seek refuge. The news that came was that his mother was seriously injured, and it was unknown whether she was alive or not. Xiao Yan and Yu Hongyan looked at Shi Tianhao and sighed. Xiao Yan patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. The heavens help the good. Your parents will be fine." Shi Tianhao nodded and said quietly, "I know. I want to find my parents, and at the same time, I want to seek justice for them and for myself. Big brother, you help me get rid of the Yu family. As for some people in the Shi family, I will soon settle the score with them and my little brother." Xiao Yan smiled faintly and turned his head to look at the vast void, his gaze somewhat complicated. "Little junior brother still has the hope of reuniting with his parents, but I will never see my father and mother again. His mother is still okay. She died of a natural illness, but his father died from serious injuries after fighting with someone. But what makes Xiao Yan even more depressed and indignant is that he wants revenge, but he doesn't know who his enemy is. At least Shi Tianhao knew that he had to go find Shi Tianyi, but he could only be angry. Just when he was feeling angry, Xiao Yan suddenly froze and took out a jade talisman. There was a faint golden light flashing on the jade talisman. Lin Feng and the others looked over. Xiao Yan said, "Master, Zhen is also in the void battlefield." This jade talisman was given to him by Xiao Zhen. Xiao Zhen had another jade talisman that was exactly the same. The two jade talismans existed in pairs. When they were close to each other, they would sense each other and had the function of communication. They could confirm each other's position in space. This function was similar to the Kongming heart linking rings given to Jieyu and by Guang couple in Taishu Temple. However, this was not because Xiao Zhen had any special ideas, nor was it because her family was scheming. It was just the pure thoughts of a little girl. Xiao Yan tried to contact Xiao Zhen, but he could not get through. The void battlefield was not only chaotic in space, the flow of spirit energy was also chaotic. "She is very close, or else there would not even be a flash." Lin Feng said, "Let's try and see if we can confirm her position." Xiao Yan nodded. After trying, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Although it is very weak, I can locate her." Lin Feng took the jade talisman and sensed it. Sure enough, he could locate her position. And Xiao Zhen seemed to have stopped to do something. Her position did not change at all. Lin Feng rushed in that direction and spread out his divine sense. He could vaguely feel the void thunder tribulation raging. Could it be that she came here to undergo the thunder tribulation? Lin Feng raised his brows. He carefully sensed the void in that direction. He could vaguely feel other energy ripples, but the space was chaotic. It seemed that the energy ripples were far and near. Lin Feng smiled and said to Xiao Yan and the other two, "Tianhao, Hongyan, go with your eldest senior brother. Your eldest senior brother is going to find his little wife. You two go there and try your luck. Maybe there will be some extra gains. I'm going to look for little Lin. My Dharma body will follow you." Xiao Yan and the other two immediately accepted the order. They followed the Jade Talisman's guidance and headed towards the void where Xiao Zhen was. Lin Feng, on the other hand, rushed in another direction based on Wang Lin's arcane energy. In the chaotic void, other than Lin Feng and his disciple, there were naturally other cultivators. However, the void battlefield was vast. No matter how many people there were, they would only be a drop in the ocean. Therefore, the void battlefield seemed extremely desolate. Only some places where treasures were produced would attract many cultivators. For example, in a space, there was a huge black rock floating in the void like a boat. The rock emitted a treasure light and overflowed with spirit chi. A large number of cultivators gathered here. They all had their eyes on this black rock. This seems to be a star debris. There are many treasures in it. They are all excellent refining materials. Unfortunately, they are all mixed together. It is very difficult to separate them. What do you know? See? The light of the debris of the stars is like the breathing of a human. It's obvious that some kind of spiritual treasure is about to be born. Everyone here is waiting for that spiritual treasure to mature. Just as they were talking, someone suddenly exclaimed, "The light is flashing more violently." Everyone present held their breath. The void suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge black rock. The black rock flashed more and more rapidly. In the end, it connected into one. The light was inextinguishable, illuminating the dark void in all directions. The crowd moved. The space exploded. A group of powerhouses shuttled through space and pounced on the black rock. Among the people present, the lowest cultivation level was at the early stage yuanying. All kinds of dharma spells and mystical powers were flying in the sky. A golden light flashed and passed through the crowd. It was so fast that most people could not react. It was a late-stage Demon King golden-winged rock. After some people noticed it, they shouted angrily. Suddenly, a large number of Dharma spells fell on the back of the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock was not afraid. Golden light flashed all over its body. Every golden feather was engraved with an array pattern. It flapped its wings and immediately emitted thousands of golden lights, destroying all the Dharma spells that were attacking it. Everyone gasped. Even the late nascent Soul Realm or late Demon King realm experts had grim looks on their faces. The Golden Winged Rock was an extremely powerful race among the many demon races in Tianhuang mainland. Their leader, the Golden Rock Great Sage, was ranked third among the 10 sages of the demon race. The Golden Winged Rock was gifted with powerful mystical powers. It was ferocious in battle and extremely fast. Few powerhouses of the same level could match it. This late-stage Demon King, Golden Winged Rock, was extremely powerful. After blocking the attacks of the others, it was about to land on the black rock. But right at this moment, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him, and his entire body couldn't help but shudder. When he turned around to look, he saw a tall young man walking slowly towards him from the sky. The young man had a handsome figure and jet black hair that hung down to his shoulders. The strange thing was that although his eyes were closed, the golden-winged rock could clearly feel that it was being stared at by a pair of terrifying eyes. A human cultivator in the crowd recognized the tall young man and exclaimed, "Is that the person with double pupils from the Shur family?" Chapter 539. The dual-pupiled Shur Tianyi had been the center of attention since he was born. He was known as the number 1 genius of the younger generation, a descendant of God. after the rise of the Xian Gate Sky sect and the rise of Shi Tianhao, Xiao Yan, and the others for a long period of time, even though the human cultivation world admitted that they were monstrous and heaven-defying, most people still held a common view, and that is that the dual-pupiled Shi Tianyi was still slightly better. This was the prestige that Shi Tianyi had built up over a decade of fame. It was extremely rare among the younger generation. Following his battle with the tiny Shi Tianhao, he, who was already the center of attention, became the focus of the divine land. To reach the Yuanying stage before the age of 17, it was widely known that he was the youngest genius in the history of the human cultivation world to reach the nascent soul stage in the divine land, especially when he had the dual-pupiled body, the supreme Tao foundation, the core formation, all the way to the nascent soul stage, and even entered the #1 cultivation holy land of the human race, the Taishu Temple. No one knew how powerful he was now. The rock was slightly shocked when it saw Shi Tianyi. However, it knew that its demonic power was also very powerful, and it was also a late-stage demon king. Even if Shi Tianyi had reached the nascent soul stage, he was still no match for it. A dead genius is nothing. It was a big mistake for the Taishu Temple to let you enter the void battleground. The rock suddenly said in a cold voice. Shi Tianyi's eyes were still closed. He said lightly, "That's mine. Don't take it. You will die if you take it from me." The golden-winged rock sneered. "Devouring and refining your soul, eyes, and body will definitely be a rare supplement for me." Shi Tianyi didn't answer. He stepped in the void and walked step by step. It seemed slow, but he arrived in front of the rock in an instant. He stretched his hand forward, and the top of his palm lit up. Within the light, there were 9 orifices. A loud and clear song came from the orifices, and a powerful force spread out as if a god was awakening. In each orifice, there seemed to be a god living. 9 orifices, 9 gods awakening at the same time, shaking the world. Supreme 9 orifices true god treasure spell. The rock's expression changed slightly. In one of the orifices, the light condensed into a mysterious talisman. It rose and turned into a vast stream of light, crashing down on the rock's head. This spell of the Taishu Temple was very powerful. After the first talisman rose, a second and third talisman rose from the other orifices. The powerful mana became more and more powerful. In the end, it was as unstoppable as a torrent, as if a god, punishment from the 9 heavens. The golden-winged giant rock let out a shrill cry and shook its wings. Thousands of golden lights were like a rainstorm, colliding with Shi Tianyi's supreme 9 apertures real god treasure incantation. Between the two of them, one had a higher cultivation base, while the other had a more exquisite spell. For a moment, they were evenly matched. When this scene fell into the eyes of the spectators, they all revealed a look of shock. An early nascent soul late-stage fighting Yao King is actually a tie. The dual-pupiled individual is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Shi Tianyi's eyes, which had been closed, opened Yuanying's eyes. Suddenly, it was as if the clouds had dispersed, and the sun and moon were in the sky. His eyes were like the sun and moon looking at the world. Countless rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. Shi Tianyi glanced at the golden-winged rock, and the offensive power of the supreme 9 apertures true god's chi formula suddenly surged. The battle with the golden-winged rock gradually turned from a tie to an advantage, and in the end, it directly defeated the golden-winged rock's divine sense. The onlookers were puzzled. What is the use of this double pupil? It can increase the power of the spell instantly. But I don't feel that his spell has become stronger. It seems that the rock's magical power has weakened. No, the rock's magical power has not weakened, but it was inexplicably defeated. The unknown was always the most terrifying. The onlookers were shocked, and so was the rock. It no longer dared to underestimate the opponent in front of it. Such a person has appeared in the younger generation of the human race. I must report to the Rock Emperor and kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will be a disaster in the future. With this thought, the rock no longer hesitated. Light and shadow appeared above its head, and a rock that was completely made of light appeared. It spread its wings, covering the sky. It was its heaven and earth dharma. The light rock pounced at Shi Tianyi. Shi Tianyi's expression was indifferent, and his body was suddenly covered in a layer of golden light. This was not some kind of spell, but a sudden explosion of the power of his flesh and blood. The power of his surging physique was as hot as a furnace. It made the rock shudder slightly, as if it was facing a super fierce beast like itself. Shi Tianyi stood there, his fists in a fist stance. As soon as this stance appeared, an unshakable power that could control the past and the future was revealed. The golden light was the Buddha light, immovable King Buddha body. Cultivating the immovable King Buddha Sutra of the Five-Direction Rulai Sutra allowed one to obtain the strongest protective martial arts mystique, the immovable King Buddha body, and the Great Day Rulai Sutras, Great Day Rulai Sutras, Great Day Rulai Sutra, one for offense and one for defense. This was the essence of the Buddhist martial arts. Cultivating the immovable King Buddha body would allow one to have an invincible body. The strength of one's physique was extremely strong, almost reaching the limit of what a cultivator could reach at their current realm. The Great Tempest Monastery was the sect with the strongest martial arts mystique in the divine land in the past. Shi Tianyi flashed the immovable King Buddha body, then raised his hand to form a fist, striking towards the rock's heaven and earth dharma. Immovable Sumeru Zen fist. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he did, it would be like the collapse of a Mount Meru. The rock thought to itself, even if you cultivate both the Taishu Temple and the Great Tempest Monastery, the power of my heaven and earth dharma is not something that an early Yuanian cultivator like you can handle. Just as he was thinking about this, the rock saw Shi Tianyi's eyes flicker slightly. Immediately after, both sides clashed. The violent power shattered the space, turning a large area of the void near the Black Mountain into a chaotic vacuum state. The rock's face was filled with disbelief. In that clash just now, he was actually the one at a disadvantage. He had flashed his heaven and earth dharma, but he still couldn't take down this early Yuanian human lad. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. The dharma power of heaven and earth creates a huge gap in strength between the late nascent soul stage and the middle nascent soul stage, not to mention the gap between the early nascent soul stage and the late nascent soul stage. But now the golden winged rock is actually at a disadvantage. It's recorded in the ancient books that those with dual pupils have a nimble spirit and exquisite techniques. However, their physical bodies are slightly weaker. It's said that there's a balance between heaven and earth, and there's definitely a weakness for those with dual pupils. But to think that Shi Tianyi's physical body is actually this strong, it should be the credit of the immovable Rulai Sutra. But isn't he a disciple of the Taishu Temple? How can he be proficient in the supreme techniques of Buddhism? In the void, Lin Feng stood leisurely at the side, watching the people in front of him fight around the black rock in full swing. His gaze fell on Shi Tianyi, and he smiled. This lad is really slippery. He's also someone who likes to hide his strength and trump cards. However, with Lin Feng's current eyesight, he only needs to take a look at a lot of things, and he can roughly understand the root of it. For example, the reason why Shi Tianyi could gain the upper hand in the battle with the rock was not because of the secret technique of the Taishu Temple, the Supreme Nine Apertures Real God's treasure technique, nor was it because of the immovable King Buddha body of the Great Lane Temple's martial path technique. Indeed, these two top techniques helped him. with his early Yuaniing cultivation, to challenge the late Demon King Golden-Winged Roc. However, if he only had these two things, then he could only barely protect himself. After all, the Golden-Winged Roc's innate mystical abilities and racial inheritance were among the best in the demon race. Its strength was outstanding among experts of the same level. The decisive factor that allowed Shi Tianyi to gain the upper hand in the battle was actually his pair of dual pupils. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Lin Feng had already vaguely seen the unique function of his pair of eyes. Shi Tianyi's dual pupils could discern falsehoods and see through the truth. His pair of eyes could accurately capture the flow of spiritual energy and energy waves in the process of the other party's technique. From there, he could find the flaws and loopholes. If the other party's technique had not been cultivated to the level of great perfection, there would definitely be many loopholes. Even if it was cultivated to the level of great perfection, the technique itself could still have loopholes and would not be truly flawless. Flawless, that was the heavenly Tao. And as long as there were gaps and loopholes, Shi Tianyi's dual pupils could see through them, thus avoiding the strong and attacking the weak. Therefore, it was not that the power of his technique had increased, nor was it that the power of the Golden-Winged Roc's technique had weakened. Instead, it was that he had found the weak points of the Golden-Winged Roc's demonic technique that could not be taken care of. Then, he took advantage of them and disintegrated them. With this brat's love of keeping his trump cards and his love of preserving his strength, this ability that he is displaying now should not be the full power of the dual pupils. It is merely the tip of the iceberg. Lin Feng watched the battle between Shi Tianyi and the Golden-Winged Roc from the side and revealed a smile. Not bad, not bad. This is what an old enemy should look like. The stronger you are, the greater the gains Tiny Tot will gain from defeating you. In the battlefield, the Golden-Winged Roc was at a disadvantage and lost inexplicably. He was bewildered and did not dare to continue fighting. He wanted to retreat. The Golden-Winged Roc's flying speed could be said to be extremely fast in the demon race. If he wanted to leave, few could stop him. However, Shi Tianyi's expression did not change. His dual pupils looked indifferently at the Golden-Winged Roc. Space and time distorted, and the Golden-Winged Roc suddenly realized that its speed had actually slowed down. And Shi Tianyi took one step at a time as if he was walking on a flight of stairs in the void. With a few steps, he had already caught up to him. Seeing that Shi Tianyi was fierce but unwilling to give up on the Black Roc, the surrounding cultivators all changed targets. Originally, they were besieging the Golden-Winged Roc, but now they were besieging Shi Tianyi. Shi Tianyi's dual pupils rotated, and he casually waved his hand. It was the Shi family's inherited technique, the Great White Dragon technique. As the golden light flashed, it was incomparably sharp and cut through the void. Although the Great White Dragon technique was the Shi family's inherited technique and the treasure of the clan, it was still slightly inferior to the Supreme Nine Aperture's True God's Flame technique and the immovable Sumeru Buddhist fist. However, at this moment, in Shi Tianyi's hands, it was abnormally marvelous and incomparably sharp. As the golden dragon shadow flew, countless flowing lights shot out, repelling the besiegers one by one. Every attack of his was aimed at the opponent's most uncomfortable and weakest spot. In a casual manner, he defeated the enemy. For a moment, the dual pupils, Shi Tianyi, brazenly swept through the entire field. Almost no one below the late stage of Yuaniing was a match for him. Even the late-stage Yuaniing experts could not do anything to him. Chapter 540. Seeing Shi Tianyi sweep through the crowd and walk towards the Black Roc, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. His smile was unscrupulous. "Kid, there's a surprise waiting for you." However, Lin Feng's eyes quickly flashed. It's getting lively. Why is this kid here too?" He looked to the other side of the void. A crack had appeared there, and a youth dressed in luxurious purple robes with a golden crown on his head and a bright yellow belt around his waist walked out. This youth was extremely well-proportioned and had short hair. His face was handsome, and his forehead was full. His temples were surrounded by a faint golden color, like two real suns. This was the number one genius of the great Zhou dynasty's younger generation, Marquis Jing Huan. His hands were behind his back, and he had a leisurely expression. He stared at Shi Tianyi and clicked his tongue. The power of the dual pupils is indeed extraordinary. Shi Tianyi turned around and glanced indifferently at Marquis Jing Huan. His dual pupils were like the alternating sun and moon, yin and yang. Marquis Jing Huan smiled. The more I look, the more I feel that such a good thing should belong to this marquis. I know you, Marquis Jing Huan of the Great Zhou, Liang, and you didn't originally have this surname, but because of your outstanding military service, the Emperor of Zhou bestowed upon you the imperial surname. Shi Tianyi said indifferently, in reality, you are Liang En's illegitimate son. You have received many benefits from the Emperor of Zhou, Liang Pan, and can even walk the world with your real name. However, this is the end of it. The throne of the great Zhou dynasty will not be passed on to you. Marquis Jing Huan snorted. This marquis has never cared about that throne. If there must be anything in the great Zhou dynasty that attracts this marquis, it has to be the Grand Imperial Palace. He looked at Shi Tianyi and said with a faint smile, didn't you also cut off the Emperor of Qin, Stonefeather's thoughts? Shi Tianyi said nonchalantly, people strive for higher places, and water flows to lower places. Marquis Jing Huan clapped and smiled. Well said. Unfortunately, that throne can only be filled by one person. You want it, this marquis also wants it, and many other people want it. What should we do? It's mine, so no one can take it from me. You will die if you steal it from me. Shi Tianyi's tone was indifferent. His dual pupils shone brightly, making him look even more intimidating. Marquis Jing Huan laughed. Unfortunately, it's not yours. He looked up at the black boulder, not far from Shi Tianyi, and continued, this one isn't, and neither are the others. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his palm and closed his fingers. This movement was extremely violent. The entire space swayed along with the movement of his palm. It was as if he had forcefully uprooted 5 towering mountains from the ground. In the next moment, Marquis Jing Huan's palm pressed down on Shi Tianyi. Grand Emperor's scripture, 5 mountains toppling the heavens. The violent physical strength of his body caused a part of the world to collapse with a single palm. He was a pure martial cultivator, and his physical body was at the peak of perfection. He had already reached the limits of a nascent soul cultivator. Even if Shi Tianyi had the immovable King Buddha body to protect him, he would not be able to withstand this blow. If Shi Tianyi was also a late Yuanian cultivator, he could rely on the defensive power of the immovable King Buddha body to withstand it. But now he had to attack. Marquis Jing Huan's palm strike was even more ferocious than the Golden Rock's Dharma idol. Marquis Jing Huan, who was a pure martial cultivator, had merged his Dharma idol with his physical body. With a casual strike, he could mobilize his greatest strength. The sun and moon in Shi Tianyi's dual pupils rotated, as if day and night were alternating. His palms came together, forming the immovable Vajra seal and clashing with Marquis Jing Huan's move. This time, he did not gain any advantage. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. Although his dual pupils could see the flaws in Marquis Jing Huan's martial arts, the other party was too strong. Even if he was weak, he was still incomparably strong compared to others. Shi Tianyi was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level, but he was extremely strong. His dual pupils seemed to have solidified, covering Marquis Jing Huan. In that instant, Marquis Jing. Huan felt his movements slow down. Shi Tiany's body moved suddenly, and he had already floated out of the attack range of his palm. With this delay, Shi Tiany's body suddenly moved, and he had already floated out of the attack range of his palm. The spectators were mesmerized. The prodigies of the Great Zhou Empire and the Great Qin Empire's respective younger generation all displayed astonishing strength. They completely surpassed the limits of their age and completely surpassed the standard of strength that could be used to judge one's strength. They found it fascinating, but Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. The two of you are actually fighting. That's not appropriate. Youngsters, have you picked up the wrong script? He looked at the two of them as if he was watching a show. One of them has high attributes and powerful skills, while the other relies on equipment. If you don't show off your equipment, you might be countered by an opponent with a lower realm than you. Marquis Jing. Huan looked at Shi Tiany, a faint smile on his face. Can those eyes of yours really slow down my movements, or are they tampering with the flow of time? Shi Tiany did not answer. He clapped his hands, and a large amount of light gathered. He was about to switch from defense to offense. Marquis Jing. Huan did not care at all. Just as he was about to continue attacking, his expression suddenly changed. He glanced at Shi Tiany and the black boulder somewhat disappointedly, and shook his head. We can only stop here for today. I have more important matters to attend to. Shi Tiany turned to look at the black boulder beside him and said indifferently, I won't see you off. Marquis Jing. Huan stared at him and suddenly laughed. Shi Tiany, you are not the youngest Yuanian cultivator in history. Shi Tiany said indifferently, I know. The youngest Yuanian cultivator in human history is eldest senior brother Lin Daohan. He formed his nascent soul at the age of 15. However, I will surpass him in the end. He stepped into the nascent soul realm before he was 100 years old. I will be faster than him. Shi Tiany's eyes flashed with light, filled with confidence. As for you, you are nothing. Marquis Jing. Huan laughed. There's no need to argue. Everything depends on the outcome. I don't have the time to bicker with you. However, I will be back soon. If you drag things out here for too long, this treasure will belong to me in the end. When that happens, even your eyeballs and your other treasures will be left here. As he spoke, Marquis Jing Huan tore through the void and left. Lin Feng released his spiritual sense and silently sensed his surroundings. He couldn't help but smile strangely. This was because he sensed that Marquis Jing Huan was heading in the direction of Xiao Yan's group. There, the void lightning tribulation crisscrossed, forming a nearly dead zone. At the center of the lightning tribulation, a faint golden light flickered like a small flame in the midst of a raging storm. Silently stood a handsome youth at the edge of the lightning tribulation. He was dressed in white and had short, prickly hair. He looked identical to Marquis Jing Huan, but this was one of his avatars. Marquis Jing Huan's avatar gazed into the distant horizon. There, black light flashed. The imperishable imperial flag had opened up its inner space. Within the heavenly grotto heaven created by the black flag, torrential waters surged like raging waves in a vast ocean. The white-robed cultivator under Marquis Jing Huan's command was in charge of this enormous array. With the help of the imperishable imperial flag, the two worked together to trap an old man. The old man was enraged. He hadn't expected that the other party would possess a manifestation-grade magic treasure and had been trapped in the cave. However, he was a primordial soul cultivator. The other party hadn't reached the primordial soul stage, so he couldn't activate the imperishable imperial flag's full power. Even with the help of a powerful array, it could only hinder him slightly. The old man was about to charge out when Marquis Jing Huan slowly said, You can charge out, but I just need to disturb you a little, and that little beauty undergoing the lightning tribulation will immediately be reduced to ashes. If you dare move, I will definitely kill you." The old man's gaze turned cold. He had reached the primordial soul stage and had a firm will. How could he be easily threatened? Although he was worried about the girl in the lightning tribulation, he wouldn't stop because of this. Marquis Jing Huan smiled slightly. "So, don't be impatient. I have no ill intentions. I came here with the intention of asking for the phoenix." The old man stared at him. "The magic treasure that trapped me is the imperishable imperial flag, right? You're that Liang and from the great Zhou dynasty." He had also recognized the imperishable imperial flag. After thinking for a bit, he realized Marquis Jing Huan's identity. Marquis Jing Huan clapped his hands and smiled. "The ancient emperor bloodline is indeed knowledgeable. Then you should also recognize this magic treasure." He flipped his palm, and the ancient emperor's saber appeared in his hand. Ancient emperor's saber? The old man glanced at it. "It's called the ancient emperor's saber, but it has nothing to do with the ancient emperor. After the end of the ancient epoch, a cultivator visited the ancient emperor's ruins and comprehended some of the ancient emperor's legacy's power. That's how he refined this magic treasure. But you actually have two magic treasures." Marquis Jing Huan said, "I naturally know that this saber is not of the ancient emperor's lineage, but the scriptures it contains are of the same lineage as the ancient emperor's legacy. With this treasure, that little beauty's lightning tribulation will be much smoother. After she forms her nascent soul, her cultivation will also be much more convenient." "I have indeed come with sincerity," the old man said coldly. The old man said coldly, "If you were sincere, you wouldn't have taken advantage of me in this void battlefield and trapped me first." Marquis Jing Huan smiled carelessly. "If not, how could we speak so calmly? Actually, you should be able to tell that this is one of my clones. If my true body was here, even a primordial soul cultivator, like you wouldn't be able to do anything to me. My marriage with the bloodline of the ancient emperor is beneficial to everyone. Although the ancient emperor's orthodoxy is powerful, I'm not weak either. My potential is limitless, and I'm a suitable candidate for your marriage. If you agree, I'm willing to welcome you as the first wife. If you don't agree, I will just take her away." Marquis Jing Huan smiled. "I'll say it again. As long as my true body is here, you won't be able to do anything to me." As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he turned in another direction. A beam of fiery light flashed in front of him, and three figures appeared. The one in front was dressed in purple and black. It was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan first looked at the center of the lightning tribulation, then at Marquis Jing Huan. He said coldly, "It doesn't matter who comes. You can't take anyone away. If you don't scram now, you will never be able to leave." Chapter 541. When Marquis Jing Huan saw Xiao Yan, he frowned. "You again. Wait, did you obtain the vermilion bird fire from her?" Marquis Jing Huan's face twitched as he gritted his teeth. So that's how it is. This Marquis should have thought of it long ago. He looked at Xiao Yan and sneered. "I originally wanted to keep you alive and fatten you up before killing you, but now it seems I should finish you off here." Xiao Yan sneered. "Do you think I told you to scram because I don't want to kill you? For daring to have designs on Zhen, you can die as many times as you want. I told you to scram because this is just an avatar of yours. If your true body was here, I would immediately kill you." Marquis Jing Huan looked Xiao Yan up and down. "Did destroying the Yu clan fill you with confidence? You look like a nouveau riche, and with such a disciple, the master of the Taoist gate is ashamed." You seem to have forgotten that if it weren't for your master's divine ability, Lord Xianming Yu Xintao would have easily crushed you to death when attacking the Yu clan's ancestral land. Even without the help of the primal soul Yu Xintao, you wouldn't have been able to break through the Yu clan's ancestral land's Xianming array with your own strength. Xiao Yan said coldly, "Cut the nonsense. Since you don't want to leave, then don't." Marquis Jinghuan's gaze landed on Yu Hongyan. After sizing her up, he clicked his tongue in praise. The master of the Taoist gate truly has many geniuses under his command. Such talent, and even rarer is a rare beauty. When I see you, this marquis suddenly doesn't want to kill Xiao Yan, but you have to come with me. Yu Hongyan's sword-like red brows gradually rose, and his red eyes seemed to burn. Is there a need to go through so much trouble? I'll just kill you here, and everything will be resolved. She only had one response to Marquis Jinghuan's suggestion. Fight. Without a hint of politeness, a terrifying aura surged around her, transforming into boundless red light that enveloped her as she charged at Marquis Jinghuan. Marquis Jinghuan stretched out his arms and brought his palms together. Then, he forcefully pulled them apart. The powerful physical strength transformed into a shockwave that actually forced the seamless aura baleful qi around Yu Hongyan to retreat, revealing the true appearance of the red-robed girl. Yu Hongyan's expression did not change, but his gaze became more solemn. Although Marquis Jinghuan's avatar was only an avatar, it wasn't weak. It had already cultivated to the middle stage of the golden elixir realm. This clone of his was also a cultivator of martial arts. His body was as vigorous as a dragon and an elephant, and the acupoints all over his body pulsated, as if they had a life of their own. This was the strongest opponent that Yu Hongyan had met since his debut. His martial arts divine abilities were exquisite, and he had led troops for many years. He had been through hundreds of battles, and even his battle experience was extremely rich. His willpower and confidence were extremely firm. Just his killing intent, blood qi, and the aura condensed from his confidence and fighting spirit could crush a group of golden elixir period cultivators, causing them to lose the will to fight before they could even make a move. Yu Hongyan's expression was calm, and he did not stop. He raised his right hand and slammed it down. Marquis Jinghuan did not dodge. He swung his arm, and his fist went straight for Yu Hongyan's palm like a spear. The fist's momentum was simple and unadorned, but it seemed clumsy. Just like that, there was an ear-piercing hiss in the air, and wherever it passed, there was a faint burnt smell. Wherever the iron fist passed, the space would burn from the friction. Yu Hongyan immediately knew that if he were to meet this attack with his palm, he would most likely be the one at a disadvantage. His palm might even be pierced through by his opponent's spear-like fist. With a shout, she did not change the momentum of her palm, but the power in her palm exploded before the two sides made contact. With a boom, the space seemed to explode. The explosive power contained within was extremely powerful. Marquis Jinghuan even felt his footing become unstable, and he was about to be pushed back. His punch, which had been aimed at the root of the problem, was immediately shaken off its original trajectory. Marquis Jinghuan raised an eyebrow, but his fist did not change its momentum. It continued to move forward, smashing towards Yu Hongyan's body. Yu Hongyan was forced to change his move and lost the initiative, but he still remained calm. The red-haired girl took a deep breath. She pulled back her right palm slightly and raised her left palm, one in front and one behind. She caught Marquis Jinghuan's arm and slapped it down together. Marquis Jinghuan immediately determined that before he could strike Yu Hongyan's body, Yu Hongyan's palms would be able to break his arm into 3 pieces. Marquis Jing Huanho chuckled and abruptly raised his fist, avoiding Yu Hongyan's palms. He rose high into the air and, like a phoenix nodding its head, pointed at Yu Hongyan's forehead. At the same time, he took a step forward and rushed into Yu Hongyan's defensive range. His other arm attacked like a spear, stabbing towards Yu Hongyan's abdomen like a poisonous dragon coming out of its lair. A bright light flashed in Yu Hongyan's eyes. All the acupoints in his body vibrated, and all the blood in his body burst forth. His two arms crossed in front of his chest, one above and one below, accurately parried Marquis Jinghuan's killing move. This was the first time their strength clashed, and the violent force caused both of them to tremble. Yu Hongyan groaned. She was in the early stages of the golden elixir, so she was at a slight disadvantage. But Yu Hongyan only had one style. He only advanced and never retreated. Attack, attack, and attack. Enduring the crackling of her bones, the red-haired girl took a step forward. She leaned to the side, lowered her shoulder, and slammed into Marquis Jinghuan's chest. A trace of admiration flashed in Marquis Jinghuan's eyes. He also leaned to the side, lowered his shoulder, and forcefully received Yu Hongyan's charge. Yu Hongyan had snatched back the upper hand, so how could she let her opponent turn it back so easily? Borrowing the force of her opponent's charge, she spun around and slightly increased the distance between her and Marquis Jinghuan. Using the force of her spin, she flew up and kicked at Marquis Jinghuan's knee. Yu Hongyan kicked at Marquis Jinghuan's knee. As long as this kick connected, even if the other party was in the middle stages of the golden elixir and had a strong physique, his leg would still be broken, without a doubt. Marquis Jinghuan snorted and leaped into the air, dodging Yu Hongyan's kick. He somersaulted in midair, widening the distance between him and Yu Hongyan as he regrouped. With a single move, Yu Hongyan's attack was like a surging river, unstoppable. Seeing Marquis Jinghuan in midair, Yu Hongyan sneered. The black flame halberd had already landed in his hand, and it turned into a black flame vortex. With the God Destruction Spear, he stabbed at Marquis Jinghuan in midair. Marquis Jinghuan laughed in midair. He didn't dodge. With a flip of his palm, a 10-foot-long golden halberd appeared. His body turned in midair, and the halberd stabbed at the center of Yu Hongyan's God Destruction Spear with lightning speed. This golden halberd was a Yuanying Dharma artifact. Marquis Jinghuan's blood chi surged. His dermic powers, aura, and martial will fuse together, transforming into a dark golden dragon that roared fiercely. This dragon's appearance was very different from ordinary dragons. It had a huge horn on its head, 6 claws, and a pair of huge wings like that of a bird. It had 4 eyes that radiated a dark blue evil light, and its face was ferocious and violent. The image of the strange golden dragon tumbled in midair. All of its aura was retracted, and it had already become one with the golden halberd. The tip of the halberd was like the strange dragon's horn, and it carried an indestructible intent as it stabbed at the center of the black flame vortex. The Yuanying Dharma artifact surged through the void, producing the effect of piercing through space. A massive force tore through the void, trying to pulverize Yu Hongyan's black flame. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yu Hongyan laughed boldly, and a dazzling white light lit up above his head. In the center of the white light was a dazzling crown, and 2 phantoms were projected above the crown. One of the phantoms was dignified and sacred, while the other was evil and domineering. The 2 phantoms fused together, producing a violent energy wave that seemed like it would tear through the void at any moment. Yuanying Dharma artifact, golden crown of the ghost deity. With the augmentation of the golden crown of the ghost deity, Yu Hongyan did not fear his opponent's golden halberd. He pushed his strength to the limit, and the red seamless baleful chi and black flames swept out, quickly condensing into a ball. After Yu Hongyan advanced to the golden elixir period, He had comprehended a new martial art divine ability from the 8 trigrams Great Tao scripture. Seamless killing technique's third move, divine spear, rising sun. In Marquis Jinghuan's eyes, it was as if he saw a dark red sun. It was like the rising sun, slowly rising from the horizon. However, this sun did not bring warmth or life. It only brought endless destruction and disaster. The scarlet light had a magical power that could suck a person's soul into it. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 halberds collided violently in midair, and a powerful shockwave erupted. Even Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao were shocked. The shattered light scattered in all directions, shredding the surrounding void into pieces. Amidst the light, the black flame halberd in Yu Hongyan's hand exploded into pieces. On the other side, Marquis Jinghuan was in an even worse state. His right hand exploded into a mist of blood, and the golden halberd was knocked out of his hand. Yu Hongyan forcibly suppressed his surging blood. With a low shout, he reached out to grab the golden halberd that had flown out of his hand. The power of the golden crown of the ghost deity suppressed him, and Marquis Jinghuan was completely unable to retract it. Let go! Marquis Jinghuan shouted as he charged forward. Xiao Yan at the side chuckled. Scram! As he spoke, he punched at Marquis Jinghuan. Layers of shockwaves shattered all things, causing all living beings to collapse. It was the 8 trigrams disintegration spell. At this moment, there was a flash of light in the void. Marquis Jinghuan's true body suddenly arrived at the scene. A powerful and domineering overlord's token martial art came crashing down, clashing head-on with Xiao Yan's 8 trigrams disintegration. Behind Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao chuckled. Eldest senior brother, you and Sister Zhen haven't seen each other in a long time. It's rare for you to reunite, so every minute you can spend is a minute. She is now undergoing her lightning tribulation, so go and stand guard for her. As for this guy, leave him to me. As he spoke, Shi Tianhao took a step forward. The power of his blood surged, shaking the void. His 8 trigrams sky collapsing hammer clashed head-on with Marquis Jinghuan's true body. Amidst the explosion, space exploded, transforming into a chaotic void. Chapter 542. After advancing to the late Golden Elixir realm, Shi Tianhao had cultivated in seclusion with the help of the Kuei Ox King and King Philian in Heaven Desolate Valley. His physical mystique had reached another level. The wrath of heaven and earth mystique had transformed into a ghostly form of wind and thunder. Right now, Shi Tianhao did not need to gather wind and thunder. With just a thought, the power of wind and thunder could be added to his body. He did not need to manifest it, but it could fuse with his body. This was similar to martial cultivators like Marquis Jing Huanho, who could fuse the Dharma idol with his body. Under such circumstances, Shi Tianhao's physical combat power was extremely fierce. Facing Marquis Jing Huanho's true body, one at the peak of the late Yuanying realm and the other at the late Golden Elixir realm, Marquis Jing Huanho immediately realized that something was wrong. You are Shi Tianhao? Marquis Jing Huanho's eyes widened. Your physical strength is so strong. That dual pupils cultivator is at the Yuanying realm and has cultivated the immovable King Buddha body, but he is slightly inferior to you? Shi Tianhao's expression was calm. You fought him before. Marquis Jing Huanho did not answer, but asked, but is physical strength your strongest point? If that's the case, you are not a match for the dual pupils cultivator. After all, the dual pupils cultivator's weakest point is physical strength. You are the strongest, but you do not have an advantage over him. There is no need to compare in other aspects. As for comparing you to me, the gap is even greater. As he spoke, Marquis Jing Huanho took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. This extremely heavy step looked extremely light and agile. Marquis Jing, Huanho's body instantly disappeared from where he was. Driven by a violent force, he appeared directly in front of Shi Tianhao, his hands forming claws as they clawed down. As his 10 fingers clawed down, Shi Tianhao felt as if his body was being torn apart, and he could not move at all. Shi Tianhao laughed coldly. His spirit roused, and his body returned to normal. He had broken through his opponent's mental suppression. Flipping his fists, he smashed at Marquis Jing Huanho's wrists, wanting to smash his claws. The two exchanged several moves in a flash. Marquis Jing Huanho stared at Shi Tianhao and smiled cruelly. "If this is all, everything will be over." Shi Tianhao did not answer. The 4 divisions, heaven-opening scriptures, magic power, began to circulate. The space behind him suddenly distorted, forming a chaotic hole. An extremely vicious aura emanated from the hole. Marquis Jing Huanho was even more ferocious. Marquis Jing Huanho was taken aback. "What? It looks like a spell, but isn't a spell. It looks like a martial art, but isn't a martial art." There seemed to be an ancient, super vicious beast hidden within that black hole. It had awakened from its slumber and was about to descend into the world to slaughter and devour all enemies. Marquis Jing Huan's arms shook, and the sound of bowstrings being pulled rang out from his body. It was as if thousands of godly archers had drawn their bows together. With this movement, it was as if he alone had transformed into an army formed by millions of archers. With a single command, countless bowstrings were drawn, ready to fire. In the next moment, Marquis Jing Huanho's berserk fist aura completely exploded. The dense fist shadows were like a rain of arrows, falling upon Shi Tianhao's head, drowning him in a sea of arrows. In this moment, he already used even more power than when he fought the dual-pupiled Shi Tianyi. Every fist shadow was like a violent arrow that could pierce through a mountain and split the earth. With an incomparably violent and explosive force, they aimed at every inch of Shi Tianhao's skin. Every punch carried an extremely powerful penetrating force. Even with Shi Tianhao's strong body, a random punch would make a bloody hole in his body. But now, thousands upon thousands of fists were descending from all directions. Shi Tianhao smiled, without fear. The chaos hole in the void behind him became even more terrifying. A berserk, bestial roar came from it, like the wail of a baby. It was extremely ear-piercing. Just this sound alone could destroy the souls of cultivators with lower cultivations and turn them into idiots. The image of a fierce beast gradually appeared in the chaos hole. It had the body of a goat and the face of a human. Its eyes were under its armpits, and it had tiger teeth and human claws. It was one of the 4 primordial banes, Tao Tai. Cultivating the 4 guardians' heaven-opening scripture together was different from Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi, who had fused their own understanding of the Tao into the 4 guardians' heaven-opening scripture and comprehended a brand new divine ability. It was a cultivation method from the inside to the outside. After Shi Tianhao cultivated the 4 guardians' heaven-opening scripture, he used it as his foundation. He transformed his dermic power into a furnace and refined and sacrificed the blood essence of fierce beasts and great demons to cultivate a brand new divine ability. It was a cultivation method that went from the outside to the inside. It was hard to say who was better between the two. Each had their own merits, but they came from the same source. Although their paths were different, they ultimately reached the same goal. Shi Tianhao's first chaos hole furnace opened. The furnace was filled with black soil. It was silent like a black hole. The Tao Tai image fused with him, and his entire body seemed to transform into a black hole. Marquis Jing Huan's fist fell into the black hole and disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. Black light flashed around Shi Tianhao as he instantly approached Marquis Jinhuan and launched a counterattack. Marquis Jinhuan frowned slightly and took a deep breath. His skin, that was exposed outside his clothes, suddenly turned as white as jade, especially his hands. They were pure and flawless, as though they were transparent. Even his bones and blood vessels could be seen clearly. The powerful feeling of strength became increasingly obvious, nearly suppressing Shi Tianhao, Taishu Temple's martial Tao divine ability, flawless heaven-mending hand. His 10 fingers sighed lightly as he pushed his palms towards Shi Tianhao. His jade-white hands emitted light that enveloped the heaven and earth. It was seamless and flawless. However, the power within was extremely majestic. It was as though even if there was a crack in the sky, he could lift it up with one hand and mend the crack. Wherever the light passed, it forcefully withstood the devouring power of the black light around Shi Tianhao. Marquis Jinhuan's flawless hands collided heavily with Shi Tianhao's fists. In an instant, thousands of blows were exchanged. Not bad. Although Marquis Jinhuan was a proud person, he came from the military and was a completely pragmatic person. He believed that a dead enemy was a good enemy. As long as he could kill the enemy, the means were not important. Therefore, when he saw that Shi Tianhao's spiritual power and mystiques were so powerful that he could not defeat him with his own cultivation level, he did not care that his cultivation level was actually an entire major realm higher. He immediately took out the ancient emperor's saber and threw his pride aside. He wanted to kill his enemy first. Xiao Yan stood at the edge of the lightning tribulation storm. He looked worriedly at the young girl in the midst of the lightning tribulation, while also paying attention to the battle situation on Shi Tianhao's side. Seeing Marquis Jinhuan take out the ancient emperor's saber, he laughed coldly. A Dharma treasure is indeed powerful, but you cannot use it to its full potential. If you had fought my junior brother honestly with your cultivation level, I would not have interfered. But if you dare to use your saber, you can try. While speaking, the flame wings behind Xiao Yan that were condensed by the 4 great true fires instantly spread open, covering the sky and covering the sun. The senior in the eternal imperial flag is about to break free, and Jean Eyre is about to succeed in his lightning tribulation. If you come with your main body, you will be courting death. But I don't think so. Marquis Jinhuan's voice rang out in the air. It was another of his clones, but this time his clone was not a martial cultivator. He wore a long white robe, and spiritual chi and spiritual power flowed around his body. He held a scroll in his hand, and judging by the fluctuations of his spiritual power, he was a Dharma cultivator that could not be more orthodox. Marquis Jinhuan's clone held the scroll and looked at Xiao Zhan and Yu Hongyan in the lightning tribulation. He smiled and said, "Double the gains. This is a pleasant surprise that I did not expect. It was not in vain that I abandoned the dual pupil's person." Xiao Yan raised his brows. "You really have a lot of clones. Do you have a third? Show me." Marquis Jinhuan silently said, "It's enough." As he spoke, he suddenly unfurled the scroll. Countless lights and shadows flashed in the scroll, and the images on it were strange and unpredictable, ever-changing. Sometimes it was a dignified lady, sometimes it was a freehand landscape, sometimes it was a pavilion, and sometimes it was a river, a lake, or an ocean. One moment it was a blazing sun, the next it was a drizzle, and sometimes it was completely blank. As the images changed, it was as if each space was constantly changing, endless space spinning and folding. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted slightly. He had experienced this before, so he quickly recognized that the scroll that Marquis Jinhuan took out was not a magic treasure or a magic tool. Instead, it was similar to the scroll that Lin Feng had given him, the one with the heaven-punishing sword Qi sealed within it. This was a divine ability of a mighty cultivator. It was sealed within the scroll, and it was a consumable item that could no longer be used after it was used. However, this sealed divine ability was terrifyingly powerful, enough to sweep through everyone present. As soon as the old man trapped in the immortal imperial flag came out and saw the scroll, his expression changed slightly. As the immortal emperor flag did not have a void return realm expert controlling it, it could not unleash the might of a Dharma treasure at the manifestation realm. However, the Dharmic power divine ability in the scroll was sealed by a true essence soul mighty figure. It was equivalent to a full power attack. Furthermore, it was not a second firmament essence soul expert, but a Dharma spell sealed by a third firmament essence soul expert. Marquis Jin Huan took the scroll, but he did not stop. He smiled and took out a piece of jade. He said indifferently, "You relied on your master's sword Qi, a divine ability Dharma body, and a Dharma treasure to breach the Yu family's ancestral grounds. As for your Dharma treasures, I have the ancient emperor's saber and the immortal emperor flag. If you obtain the Dharma spell scroll, I will have similar treasures to greet you. Even if the master of the mystic gate has a divine ability Dharma body following you, I will still be prepared." He waved the jade in his hand and said with a smile, "Have you heard of the Supreme Destruction Dharma? It is the nemesis of divine ability Dharma bodies. It can obliterate all Dharma bodies condensed from divine ability in the world. Speaking of which, this Destruction Dharma jade is really not easy to find. It was not easy for me to obtain it, but since I met two beauties today, it was worth it. The master of the mystic gate is indeed a great talent with boundless divine ability, but he has a problem. He is too arrogant towards disciples like you." Marquis Jin Huan looked at Xiao Yan and then at Shi Tianhao. "As a result, you are too arrogant. Arrogance is the path to death. You will understand today." He played with the magic destruction jade in his hand and chuckled. Arrogant and willful disciples, in a sense, are the weakness of the leader of the celestial sect of wonders. With a weakness, he is not perfect. In that case, he can be surpassed and defeated. Chapter 5:43. Marquis Jing, Huanho looked at Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, and the others. Slowly, he said, "If the master of the celestial gate was here in person, then I truly wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But if it's just an avatar, then even he won't be able to protect you." He suddenly laughed. "I won't kill you. You have a good master, but this good master can't protect you forever. It's not because he will disappear, but because there will be a day in the future when I can defeat even the master of the celestial sect. There will always be geniuses in every generation. Our predecessors will always be surpassed by our successors. This is the truth of the world." Marquis Jing, Huanho looked at Xiao Zhan, in the center of the lightning tribulation, then at Yu Hongyan. He smiled. "However, I will definitely take these two beauties with me." Xiao Yan smiled coldly. "You speak as if you aren't protected by others. If it weren't for Taishu Temple and the great Zhou dynasty protecting you, the grass on your grave would have changed several times over." Marquis Jing, Huanho smiled carelessly. "You're right, but that's because I have value for them to protect me. Just like how the master of the celestial gate cherishes you. You dared to oppose the number one holy land in the world, Taishu Temple, for the sake of Shi Tianhao. Whether you have value or not will depend on the truth. His avatar, who cultivated spells and abilities, formed a spell with both hands. So in the end, we'll have to see who's the real deal." The waves of magic power in the scroll grew stronger. A powerful spell was about to be released, but at this moment, there was a great disturbance in the void. This was a disturbance even more intense than the battle between Shi Tianhao and Marquis Jing Huanho. The entire space was shaking and collapsing, turning the void into a chaotic vacuum. Earth, water, fire, and wind surged. In the chaos, an enormous figure loomed. Whether it was Xiao Yan's group or Marquis Jing Huanho, they were all shocked. They looked at the dark void that seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. It was an enormous, vicious beast, shaped like a yellow sack and as red as pill fire. It had 6 legs and 4 wings, but it had no face. Marquis Jinghuan was stunned. Then a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The chaos? The corpse of a chaos monster that had reached the indestructible demon soul stage when it was alive. Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, Yu Hongyan, and the others also looked over. The 4 great primordial ferocious beasts were Hundan, Tao Tai, Swanni, and Qiongqi. Among them, Tao Tai, Tao Wu, and Qiongqi had reproduced in Tianhuang mainland and left behind pure bloodline descendants. They were one of the strongest demon races in the demon world. Only the chaos had gradually been obliterated in the annals of time after the primeval era. In the boundless years of time, only a few chaos occasionally appeared in the world, but their whereabouts were unfathomable. However, he didn't expect that there would be a great saint-level chaos that had cultivated an indestructible demon soul in the void battlefield. Moreover, this chaos had already died, but its corpse was still intact. Although it couldn't compare to the yellow dragon's corpse that Lin Feng had obtained from Qin Emperor Stonefeather, it was still relatively complete. Marquis Jinghuan laughed heartily. This marquis is indeed fated. This trip to the void battlefield was not in vain, not in vain. Suddenly, yellow light flashed on Xiao Yan's forehead. Rays of earthy yellow light condensed to form a majestic giant. The giant was more than 2,000 feet tall, and its clothes fluttered in the air. Its facial features were identical to Lin Feng's, but it was his divine ability avatar, the earthly sovereign. The earthly sovereign appeared and looked at the shattered void in front of him, which had turned the world into a barren chaos. He nodded slightly. It's not completely dead. Its power and will are still working. Extremely strange symbols and spirit patterns floated above the chaos corpse. When Lin Feng's avatar saw this, his eyes flickered slightly. Good, very good. Not only is it at the indestructible demon soul stage, but it's also a chaos that has already condensed a primordial true spirit. He turned to his 3 disciples and smiled. I told you before to come here and try your luck. Maybe you'll get some extra rewards. This is what I was referring to. How is it? Not bad, right? Sure, Tianhao's eyes brightened. It's indeed good. Master, I don't want anything else but this chaos essence blood. It'll be of great help to my divine ability cultivation. Lin Feng smiled. If I give it all to you, you definitely won't be able to digest it. However, you can use as much as you want. Are you the master of the celestial gate? Marquis Jinghuan stared at the earthly sovereign and moved his cheeks. Slowly, he said, you'd better discipline your disciples. Otherwise, they'll be easily killed when they're outside. The earthly sovereign didn't even look at him. His gaze was fixed on the chaos corpse. The environment of the void battlefield was too complicated. There were layers of spatial turbulence, and the energy emitted by the chaos corpse could destroy the void and form a chaotic vacuum. This made the situation even more complicated. Even if Lin Feng's main body was here, he would have to spend a lot of effort to collect the corpse. However, his disregard completely hurt the pride of a certain arrogant person. Marquis Jinghuan stared at the earthly sovereign with an ominous glint in his eyes. The other party's attitude seemed to be saying something silently. Little thing, scram to the side and play by yourself. Don't interfere with my business. Ha! Now I know why your disciples are so arrogant. It turns out that like master, like disciple. Marquis Jinghuan gritted his teeth and smiled sinisterly. I'll say it again. If your main body comes here, I can only find a chance to take revenge in the future. Right now, it's just a Dharma body of yours. It can't even be considered a clone. How dare you be so arrogant? Marquis Jinghuan shouted and raised his hand. The sparkling magic destruction jade flew into the air. Suddenly, an incomparably dazzling brilliance erupted from the jade stone, and countless talisman characters emerged in the brilliance. Divine light flashed and illuminated the entire dark void, making it as bright as day. The endless brilliance shook this part of the world. The radiance gathered and turned into a rainbow that split the heavens and earth. It shot straight at the earthly sovereign. Within the rainbow, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of countless gods and Buddhas chanting together. Celestial music rang out incessantly, resounding through the void. Before it even got close, just the ripples of the rainbow light caused the earthly sovereign's body to become somewhat unstable. The power that bore the weight of all things in the world and suppressed everything began to crumble. Smoke even rose from the earthen, yellow silhouette. He was like a snowman exposed to the blazing sun, about to melt and disintegrate. Marquis Jinghuan couldn't suppress his emotions when he saw this. He was so excited that he felt his entire body heat up. After all, although he was powerful, had a body full of treasures, extraordinary talent, and great fortune, he had yet to attain the Essence Soul Realm. Against an Essence Soul Realm expert, he could rely on powerful means and trump cards to protect himself and deal with them. However, he was ultimately still lacking in maturity. The Essence Soul Realm was a natural chasm. It was just too difficult to surmount it. Furthermore, the current Lin Feng had a profound cultivation level and remarkable abilities. It was already publicly acknowledged. Xianlin Taoist wasn't afraid of Lin Feng because he was sufficiently powerful. However, there were few people with his cultivation level. To most people, even a Dharma body of Lin Feng's Dharma body could suppress a second-tier Essence Soul Realm or a Void Reversion Realm expert. Marquis Jinghuan had yet to attain the Essence Soul Realm, but because of the magic destruction jade, he had a chance of killing Lin Feng's Dharma body. Although it was only a Dharma body and wasn't even considered a clone, it was a supreme honor for any cultivator below the Essence Soul Realm. It was a supreme honor even for first-tier Essence Soul cultivators. Sword Venerable Ninglang of the Broken Mountains and Venerable Xianming of the Yu clan, Yu Xintao, were both powerless against Lin Feng's Dharma body. Back then, you killed Xian Longxing's immortal Heaven Sword Monarch body to establish yourself as a major character in the Divine Land. Today, I will kill your Dharma body and officially embark on my path to power. Marquis Jinghuan took a deep breath and recalled the eternal imperial flag. He began to gather his full power. Xiao Zhen, and Yu Hongyan had already been thrown to the back of his mind. He loved beauties, but they were only accessories in his life. The most important things to him were still power and status. Killing Lin Feng's Dharma body would show off his power and status. Lin Feng's earthly sovereign body finally turned around to look at the incoming light. It frowned slightly as if it was looking at an annoying fly flying around in front of its eyes. So it's the crystallization of the supreme law destruction divine light. You are indeed lucky to have it. The earthly sovereign said, it is indeed effective against other Dharma bodies and can be considered the nemesis of Dharma bodies. But it is useless against me. Having said that, the earthly sovereign turned back to the chaotic corpse and no longer looked at Marquis Jinghuan and the Dharma destruction divine light. However, his body suddenly emitted waves of black and white lights. The black and white lights alternated as a mysterious power spread out. Combined with the earthly sovereign's own magic power, he became unprecedentedly powerful. His light silhouette was already showing signs of collapsing under the illumination of the supreme spell-destroying divine light. However, at this moment, the black and white light lit up, and it immediately stabilized, no longer being affected by the supreme spell-destroying divine light. Marquis Jinghuan was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Wait a minute. Why did the power of his black and white light feel somewhat similar to the supreme magic destruction divine light? Just what is he? The earthly sovereign raised a hand and black and white lights flashed. He pushed his palm forward and blocked the Dharma destruction divine light in front of him. The two divine lights collided. Although the Dharma destruction divine light was strong, it was activated by the Dharma destruction divine jade. After all, there was a limit to its power, and it was quickly worn down by the black and white lights. After breaking the Dharma destruction divine light, the black and white lights disappeared. The earthly sovereign's palm continued forward, grabbing at Marquis Jinghuan's body. Marquis Jinghuan was shocked and hurriedly used the ancient emperor's saber to defend. The violent golden saber light tore through the heavens and split the earth. The earthly sovereign's palm didn't stop. He formed a seal with the sky-bearing seal and slapped down, knocking the ancient emperor's saber down. Marquis Jinghuan raised the immortal imperial flag and narrowly escaped. He didn't get smacked down by the earthly sovereign, but his magic treasure, the ancient emperor's saber, was suppressed by the earthly sovereign and couldn't move. The earthly sovereign waved his hand as if he were swatting a fly. Since he didn't hit Marquis Jinghuan, he didn't chase after him. He retracted his palm and kept his attention on the chaotic corpse. His actions were casual, but it was precisely this attitude that made Marquis Jinghuan feel like he was choking on a mouthful of blood, about to spit it out. Chapter 544. Although Emperor Skybearing's avatar was a projection formed from Lin Feng's dermic power, and his facial features were exactly the same as Lin Feng's. He wasn't a wooden sculpture, either. His every word and action had Lin Feng's charm. Emperor Skybearing's reaction to Marquis Jinghuan was like an adult facing a child who kept pouncing on him. Under normal circumstances, he would not pay attention to them. The adults would mind their own business, but when the child was really out of line, he would frown and slap the child to the ground. Then, he would let the naughty child cry on his own while he continued to do other things. The more Lin Feng ignored Marquis Jinghuan, the more difficult it was for the arrogant Marquis Jinghuan to accept it. However, the trump card he had prepared, the supreme magic vanquishing divine light, was strangely ineffective. Marquis Jinghuan didn't dare to be impudent anymore. He could only grit his teeth and bear with it, feeling even more aggrieved. Seeing Emperor Skybearing's avatar begin to collect the chaotic corpse, Marquis Jinghuan felt his heart bleed. That should have been my opportunity. However, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, once Lin Feng was free, it would be difficult for him to leave. Moreover, in order to deal with Emperor Skybearing's avatar, he had put away the immortal imperial flag. The primordial soul expert protecting Xiaozhen, the ancient brush spirit, had already broken free and was charging over aggressively. Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, and the others were also watching from the side. Marquis Jinghuan shattered his painting scroll. Instantly, countless streams of light shot out. Within the streams of light, there were pavilions, rivers, lakes, seas, blazing suns, and misty rain. Everything was contained within. As the streams of light exploded, everything in the world exploded as well. It was as if countless spaces were collapsing at the same time. A violent force blasted toward the ancient brush spirit, Xiao Yan, and the others. Everywhere it passed, space turned into nothingness. It was almost equivalent to an attack from a third-tier primordial soul expert. It could destroy a part of the world. The already chaotic flow of space-time in the void battlefield became even more chaotic. Marquis Jing, Huan was a sinister person, and his attack even included Xiao Zhan, who was in the midst of the lightning tribulation. At that moment, the violent lightning tribulation suddenly calmed down. A green-robed girl appeared in the air. She sat cross-legged, and golden light shone brightly above her head. A baby girl also sat cross-legged in the air, forming a spell with both hands. The baby girl landed on the green-robed girl's head. When the girl opened her eyes, she did not look at the terrifying spell that had suddenly appeared in front of her. Instead, she looked at Xiao Yan, who was not far away from her. Her eyes, which were usually as calm as an ancient well, finally began to ripple. She smiled sweetly and opened her red lips. Big brother Xiao Yan, her hands continuously changed incantations, and a talisman suddenly flew out, floating in the air in front of her. The talisman shone brightly, and two beams of light, one red and one blue, intertwined together. They spiraled forward, directly attacking the terrifying divine ability released by Marquis Jing Huan's scroll. When the two forces collided, the red and blue pillars of light forcibly destroyed the 10,000 streams of light released by Marquis Jing Huan. The pavilions, terraces, and thousands of other scenes were shattered like glass tiles, turning into ruins and dust. Her talisman had also sealed a terrifying spell. It was also a one-time use treasure, but its power was superior. Marquis Jing Huan stared at the green-robed girl and grunted. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Yan and the others were blocked by the spell, the Eternal Emperor flag swept up a black light and disappeared into the air. Seeing that the green-robed girl had the ability to block Marquis Jing Huan's spell, the Earth King of Sky Bearing didn't bother with her and focused on collecting the chaotic corpses. As for Marquis Jing Huan, Lin Feng smiled. He weighed the ancient emperor's saber in his hand, then looked at the Yuanying realm golden halberd that Yu Hongyan had obtained. He only had one sentence to say to him. "Young man, I welcome you to send me off. I welcome you to send me off again. And I welcome you to send me off often." Looking towards Xiao Yan, who was still feeling a bit indignant, Lin Feng smiled, saying, "Compared to him, there is someone in front of you that you value more." Hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately turned to look at the green-robed girl. His throat moved slightly. No matter how far apart they were, no matter how long they had been apart, a figure would forever remain in his mind. Not only did it not fade, but it became more and more profound, like a mark engraved on his soul. Compared to the last time they met, the girl's temperament was even more ethereal. She had just passed the void lightning tribulation and formed the Yuanying realm, making her seem as if she was one with the void. In front of other people, Xiao Zhen is always so cold. Only when facing Xiao Yan does she reveal a bit of the spirit of a young girl. Moving with light steps, she came to Xiao Yan's side, slightly tilting her head, her lips revealing a bit of a smile. "Big brother Xiao Yan, you seem to have grown taller." Xiao Yan smiled brightly. "You're teasing me again." Although Lin Feng's main body was not present, he could still see the warm scene through Earth Emperor's avatar. He smiled faintly and turned his attention back to the black boulder. Now that Marquis Jing Huan had left, no one else could stop Shi Tianyi. Although there were other late nascent soul patriarchs, Shi Tianyi still shone brilliantly as he swept through the crowd. His double pupils seemed to have the sun and moon rotating alternately, and he saw through all the flaws in everyone's magic power and abilities. The great thunderclap monastery's immovable King Buddha body protected his body, and the Taishu Temple's Supreme Nine Apertures True God Treasure Sutra opened the way. Even the escape art, he was using was the top escape art of the Taishu Temple, the Heaven Ascension art. With each step he took in the void, it was as if he was ascending to the heavens, and the opponent's spells could not even touch the corner of his clothes. His escape art was exquisite, and the power of his double pupils could strangely reduce the enemy's speed. This made it impossible for the group of Yuanying experts to surround and attack him. Sure, Tianyi might have the ability to resist the combined attacks of everyone, but he clearly did not want to expend so much effort, nor did he want to expose too many of his trump cards. But even if Sure Tianyi preserved his strength like this, the group still could not do anything to him. At this moment, the glow of the glowing black boulder gradually dimmed. Large amounts of rocks and fragments began to fall off from the surface of the boulder, spreading in all directions. The treasure is really about to appear. The group's attacks became more urgent, and they wanted to force back Sure Tianyi, who was closest to the black boulder. Sure Tianyi's movements slowed down slightly, and he looked at the black boulder with a slight frown. He suddenly closed his right eye, leaving only his left eye open. The double pupil in his left eye shone even more brilliantly, and as it opened and closed, one could vaguely see the destruction of the sun, moon, and stars. It was as if it was reflecting all the changes in the universe since ancient times. Under the illumination of the double pupil in Sure Tianyi's left eye, all illusions seemed to vanish into thin air, and his true appearance was revealed. His left eye stared at the black boulder, and his expression was still calm. As his eyes flickered, he actually stepped aside and distanced himself from the black boulder. The other cultivators were slightly startled, but most of them still seized this opportunity to rush forward and pounce on the black boulder. Only a few late-stage Yuanying ancestors vaguely felt that something was wrong, and they also stopped moving forward. Their gazes moved back and forth between Sure Tianyi and the black boulder, quietly observing the changes. At this moment, the black boulder completely disintegrated, turning into a cloud of dust that filled the void and spread in all directions. A star fragment completely disintegrated and no longer existed, but no one cared about it. Everyone's attention was on the treasure that was born after the black boulder shattered. An extremely ominous and demonic aura came from it, and it was extremely powerful. Layers of black gas surged like a thick fog, and a terrifying aura that could destroy all living things filled the surroundings. However, there was a faint white light flickering in the black fog, and it exuded an overflowing aura of vitality. Everyone fixed their eyes on it and saw that it wasn't a treasure in the black fog and white light, but a young man. The young man had a head full of white hair that fluttered behind him. He had a rather otherworldly aura, but it was frightening and ominous. The black fog and white light gradually retracted into the young man's body. The young man's expression was calm, and his gaze swept across the crowd calmly, but there was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. What's going on? It's actually a person? Could it be a spiritual monster? No, this mana fluctuation is indeed a person, and his cultivation level is late-stage golden elixir. The white-haired young man didn't look at them anymore. Instead, he looked around at the dark space in the void battlefield. After a long time, he let out a sigh, but he didn't say anything. After the black fog and white light disappeared, his mana seemed to be relatively ordinary. He was just a late-stage golden elixir cultivator who hadn't gone through the thunder tribulation to form his nascent soul. A Yuanying cultivator frowned and said, "No, the spiritual energy fluctuation in the black rock just now wasn't a person's mana, but the existence of a treasure. Young man, hand it over. This isn't something you can get. If you forcefully take it, you'll bring disaster upon yourself." The white-haired young man looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. He turned his head and looked behind him. Only then did everyone realize that there was an extremely small black hole behind the white-haired young man. The strange thing was that this black hole didn't produce a huge suction force, but it kept twisting there. There was a faint glow of treasure coming out of the black hole. Over there, someone suddenly flew up and attacked the white-haired young man. Get out of the way. The white-haired young man's expression was indifferent, and his body didn't move at all. He just raised his hand and pointed at the person who came. His cold and deep voice echoed in the void. Nirvana! In an instant, a large amount of black fog appeared around the early-stage Yuanian cultivator without any warning, and the space fell into a dead silence. It was as if the void had completely merged with Nirvana and turned into a land of death. All matter, all spiritual energy, all life were annihilated and turned into nothingness. Even space and time were erased and no longer existed. The early-stage nascent soul cultivator that attacked Wang Lin didn't even make a sound before disappearing. The surrounding crowd gasped in unison. A late-stage golden elixir cultivator killed an early-stage Yuanian cultivator with just a finger. It wasn't that no one had ever seen a late-stage golden elixir cultivator kill an early-stage Yuanian cultivator. Although it was rare, it wasn't unacceptable. But this white-haired young man did it so easily, so casually, and so domineering. A late-stage golden elixir cultivator killed an early-stage Yuanian cultivator like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. It was even easier than slaughtering a chicken or a dog. With a point of a finger, you'd already be a dead man. Chapter 545. Facing the white-haired young man's overbearing and strange magic art, everyone present was apprehensive. At the same time, there were 5 people who had also attacked the white-haired young man with their magic arts. However, they were slightly slower than the early-stage Yuanian cultivator. Seeing the fate of the early-stage Yuanian cultivator, everyone was shocked and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Samsara! The white-haired young man pointed with his finger. Heaven, earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, mountain, and swamp, the 8 phenomena appeared in front of him and arranged themselves according to the 8 trigrams, forming a ring of light. The ring of light rotated rapidly and expanded continuously as if it had turned into a small world, swallowing the powerful attacks of the 5 Yuanian cultivators. The small world was dark and gloomy, like the yellow springs of hell where life and death were in the cycle of reincarnation, quietly swallowing the attacks of the opponents. The white-haired young man did not stop and continued to point with his finger. With 5 points, the space where the 5 cultivators who attacked him were turned into a dark world of nirvana. The appearance of the dark space came without warning and blurred the boundaries of the world, turning the originally normal space into a dead zone. The people in the space didn't even have a chance to regenerate before they turned into nothingness, leaving not even bones behind. After easily killing the early-stage Yuanian cultivator, another 5 early-stage Yuanian cultivators died. Their deaths came so easily and suddenly that it seemed insignificant. The white-haired young man pointed 5 times, and 5 Yuanian cultivators died in less than 5 breaths of time. In 1 breath of time, with a point of his finger, an early-stage Yuanian cultivator was killed, and the killer was only a late-stage golden elixir cultivator. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt their scalps go numb. The opponent's magic art was so overbearing and strange, causing everyone to feel fear. Moreover, this person's murderous nature was strong, and his methods were ruthless, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. As long as they dared to attack him, only death awaited them. They could feel the power of nirvana, and were sure that although the opponent was only a late-stage golden elixir cultivator, he had already comprehended a lot of the mysteries of space. However, they were still shocked. After all, the opponents that the white-haired youth killed were all cultivators at the Yuanian stage. Those who could overcome the void thunder tribulation and form the Yuanying stage would begin to comprehend the mysteries of space. However, when they fell into the nirvana space, not a single one of them was able to escape, and they were instantly annihilated without leaving a single corpse behind. A late-stage Yuanying patriarch remained silent. Green light flashed above his head, and his Dharma form flew out to attack the white-haired young man. Among those who were killed just now were his fellow disciples. Even if the other party was strange and unfathomable, he swore to take revenge. The white-haired youth raised his head to look at the Dharma idol that was several dozen feet tall. He could feel the immense power within it, and he nodded slightly. With a light clap of his hands, a dark and gloomy black and yellow path appeared in the space. At the end of the path was a magnificent river. The river surged and surged, but there was not the slightest sound of water. Instead, there was a deathly silence, which made people click their tongues in wonder. The murky yellow water was filled with a concept of power that could purify and annihilate all things. As the river rolled, the opponent's huge Dharma idol suddenly became turbulent. Under the scouring of the river, it was like a pile of sand on the verge of collapse. This river was like the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Once one stepped into this river, only death awaited the opponent. Witnessing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. Even the expressions of the other late-stage Yuanying patriarchs changed. No one expected that a late-stage golden elixir patriarch would be able to gain the upper hand against a late-stage Yuanying patriarch who was an entire realm higher than him. This was also the strongest technique of a late-stage Yuanying patriarch, the Dharma idol. If it was someone below the late-stage Yuanying patriarch who dared to step into this river, there was no second path other than death. Even a late-stage Yuanying patriarch would not be able to withstand it if he didn't use the Dharma idol. Even the dual-pupiled Shirtiani was interested. When his dual pupils opened and closed, the sun and moon rotated as he stared at the white-haired youth. The white-haired youth suddenly turned his head and coldly stared at Shirtiani. He didn't stand on ceremony as he stared back at Shirtiani's intimidating dual pupils. The radiance in Shirtiani's pupils became more and more intense. His dual pupils possessed astonishing power, not to mention its numerous wondrous uses. Just his gaze alone could produce a suppressive effect on a person's divine soul. Anyone who directly met his gaze would have their divine soul become unstable and even suffer damage. Among those he had fought before, only Marquis Jinghuan could meet his gaze. Everyone else, even late-stage Yuanying patriarchs, had to avoid his gaze, not daring to look directly at his dual pupils. This white-haired youth was a late-stage golden elixir patriarch, but he didn't care about the pressure of the dual pupils at all. In addition to his powerful magic power and divine abilities, his soul was also far stronger than ordinary people. The white-haired youth met Shirtiani's gaze. He didn't even care about the late-stage Yuanying patriarch. The yellow river withdrew, and the patriarch withdrew his Dharma idol. Dual pupils, you are Shirtiani? The white-haired youth's eyes were cold and lonely as he stared at Shirtiani. Shirtiani said calmly, "That's right, you." Before he could finish his sentence, Shirtiani saw the white-haired youth directly point a finger at him. The space Shirtiani was in was instantly corroded by the power of nirvanic extermination, turning into darkness. The boundaries of space blurred, and everything in the darkness returned to nirvanic extermination. It seems to appear instantaneously, but in reality, there's still a difference in speed. Shirtiani's dual pupils flashed. Under his gaze, even the birth of the dark power of nirvanic extermination seemed to slow down. Shirtiani's gaze swept across and found an opening where the other party's magic power had corroded the blurry space. With a step, he had already left the void he had been in. Everyone's spirits rose. This was the first time, since the white-haired youth had appeared, that he had failed. Sure, Tianni dodged the attack and stared at the white-haired youth. Silently, he said, "It really is you, the third disciple of the Mystic Gate's master, Wang Lin." The white-haired youth's indifferent expression did not change at all when his spell failed. He only stared coldly at Shi Tianni. He was the Wang Lin who had entered the void battlefield before. Some of the cultivators in the audience were confused, while others were shocked at first. Then they had a look of realization on their faces. Those who were confused were those who had stayed in the void battlefield for a long time and did not receive any news from the outside world. They did not know anything about Xianmen Tianzong and Lin Feng at all. Those who were shocked at first then came to a realization and felt that it was unexpected, but reasonable were those who had just entered the void battlefield or those who had already heard the news. These people were all in awe at this moment. No wonder this white-haired youth was so powerful. It turned out that he was also the personal disciple of the Mystic Gate's master. No wonder he had such powerful strength. He could kill Yuanian cultivators like killing dogs and chickens at the late stage of the golden elixir. It was just that this Xianmen Tianzong was really too terrifying. The personal disciples of the Mystic Gate's master were really all monsters. First, there was the agreement between Shi Tianhao and Shi Tianni. First, Xiao Yan flattened the Yu clan. Then, Zhu Yi killed a late-stage Yuanian cultivator in the Great Zhou dynasty. Now, there was another Wang Lin. His murderous nature was even heavier than the others. He killed early-stage Yuanian cultivators like drinking water and eating. Even when facing the late-stage Yuanian cultivator's heaven and earth avatar, he still had the upper hand. Those who did not know the truth hurriedly asked around. When they heard about the achievements of Lin Feng and Xiao Yan, their first reaction was disbelief. But when they looked at the Wang Lin in front of them, those who had a doubtful attitude swallowed their saliva and were speechless. The master of the Mystic Gate and that Xianmen Tianzong, what kind of existence are they? The group of people sighed in their hearts. They looked at Wang Lin and felt that he was more and more mysterious. At the same time, everyone finally understood why Wang Lin, who was ruthless and killed every living thing, would abandon that late-stage Yuanian cultivator. It wasn't because he didn't have the confidence to kill him. It wasn't because he suddenly changed his nature and showed mercy. It was because he had someone he wanted to kill more. The culprit who ruthlessly attacked his junior brother, Shi Tianhao, when he was still an infant and caused Shi Tianhao to go through hardships. The dual-pupiled person, Shi Tianni. Wang Lin was cold and taciturn. He was quiet and stern, but there was a ball of fire burning in his heart. The fire was not blazing, nor was it warm, but it was more persistent and determined than everyone else. "You dug out my junior brother's Taoist foundation. I'll break your Yuaniing." Wang Lin looked at Shi Tianni coldly. He didn't waste any words. Black gas surged around him. His entire aura changed. It was incomparably cold and gloomy, with the most despairing and suffocating feeling. It was as if the king of hell had come to the human world and turned the world into a silent hell. A dark and yellow road stretched out. It was dark and gloomy, as if there was no end. The Yellow Springs Road, Bilyong Slope. Stepping on this road would lead to the Yellow Springs reincarnation, the netherworld hell. Shi Tianni looked at Wang Lin silently and tilted his head slightly. "Xiao Yan is like this, and you are also like this. Do you both like to meddle in other people's business?" As he spoke, he stepped on the void and continuously stepped a few times. His body shuttled through the void, and he unleashed the escape method of the Taishu temple's ascending to heaven technique to the extreme. However, Wang Lin's Yellow Springs Road was even more domineering than his finger of quietus. Once the dark and yellow road appeared, it was as if the real Yellow Springs of the Netherworld was connected to the void battlefield. Shi Tianyi unleashed the ascending to heaven technique, but it was useless. After taking a few steps, he still landed on the Yellow Springs Road. Instantly, countless reincarnation forces attacked his spirit. Thousands of white bone claws stretched out from the roadbed, wanting to forcefully drag him into the road. Countless images appeared before Shi Tianyi's eyes. They were fragments of his reincarnation memories. Mental wandering to the Taishu Temple. At this moment, Shi Tianyi let out a long chant, and his spirit shook. An invisible force forcibly locked his spirit in place, protecting him from the influence of the reincarnation forces. In the human cultivation world of the Divine Land, there were very few people who gave up on controlling spirit qi. The soul cultivators of the Northern Militant Imperial Court were famous, but in fact, the Taishu Temple also had a mental wandering to the Taishu Temple. Its mysteriousness was no less than the Northern Militant Divine Soul technique. Shi Tianyi was born with double pupils, and his physique was naturally weak. He was strengthened by the great Thunderclap Temple's unmovable Rulai scripture. How could one's soul, which was already a strong point, not be strengthened further and become even stronger? At this moment, he was able to stabilize his spirit and was not affected by the Yellow Springs Road. His double pupils instantly shone brightly. Wherever his gaze landed, the white bone claws instantly shattered, and the reincarnation memories were swept away. No matter how much of the past is fake, only the present is real. Chapter 546. Shi Tianyi stood on the Yellow Springs path created by Wang Lin's mana. His expression was calm as he stabilized his own soul, preventing it from being eroded by the reincarnation force. His double pupils flickered with light. Bystanders couldn't tell what was real and what was fake, but Wang Lin, who was looking at him, could see that there was an endless stream of light flashing in Shi Tianyi's eyes. It wasn't real light, but Shi Tianyi's soul began to exert force. He was born with double pupils, so his soul was naturally stronger than ordinary people's. Moreover, he cultivated the Taishu Temple's mind travel to Taishu Temple's secret art, so his soul became even more powerful. Not to mention that he was now at the early Yuanying stage. Even a late Yuanying Grand Elder was no match for him in terms of soul strength. Shi Tianyi's current soul was far stronger than cultivators of the same level. Within the stream of light from his double pupils, a human figure vaguely appeared. He wore a tall hat and a wide robe, looking slightly graceful and dignified. His eyes were staring at Wang Lin. That figure revealed an incomparably dignified aura, as if he was the truth of this world, the ruler of this world, the maker of all rules, and the representative of the vast Tao of heaven and earth. Even the surrounding onlookers felt waves of discomfort at this moment. Their heads were dizzy, and they felt that their thoughts were gradually stagnating. This is a soul technique. The power of this double pupils person's soul is so strong that it can suppress our thoughts. Everyone was shocked. They were just bystanders and were affected. They weren't Shi Tianyi's main target, but they were already under such great pressure. One could only imagine how Wang Lin was feeling. The crowd of cultivators only now realized how powerful Shi Tianyi was. In the previous battle, Shi Tianyi had been holding back his strength, so he could still fight with ease. If he had used this soul suppression technique at that time, the battle would have been even less suspenseful. Shi Tianyi used his own powerful soul power to visualize the image of the Grand Elder, who created the secret art of soul in Taishu Temple. Under the endless suppression of power, even a late Yuanying Grand Elder's soul would be injured. However, Wang Lin looked indifferent. He calmly looked at Shi Tianyi, but a dim yellow light appeared in his eyes. Once the yellow light appeared, the dignified figure in Shi Tiany's dual pupils immediately became unstable. I heard that you possess the Yellow Spring's true water, but you actually dare to use this thing to cleanse your soul? Shi Tiany's usually calm face finally changed slightly. The Yellow Spring's true water was one of the 6 great true waters in the world. It was said that it originated from the Yellow Springs of the Netherworld. The Yellow Spring was also known as the Wangchuan River, and the Yellow Spring true water was also known as the water of forgetfulness. Its power could purify everything in the world and restore it to its original state. As long as a person's soul came into contact with a bit of Yellow Spring's true water, they would lose all their memories. Even if Shi Tiany's soul was naturally strong because of his dual pupils, he did not dare to use the Yellow Spring's true water to cleanse his soul. The risk was too great, even more dangerous than walking on a tightrope. However, Wang Lin first cultivated the Yellow Springs Nirvana technique, then cultivated the 8 trigrams of the Great Way, and integrated the concept of the power of the Yellow Springs true water. He could actually use the Yellow Springs true water to cultivate and strengthen his soul. Previously, he had a fortuitous encounter in the void battlefield, and his soul continued to strengthen. With the help of the Yellow Springs true water, although he was only at the late stage of the golden elixir realm, the strength of his soul was not weaker than Shi Tiany's, who had dual pupils. Shi Tiany used the method of mental tour to the Taishu Temple to suppress Wang Lin's soul, but he hit a wall. Wang Lin could be said to be one of the few people below the primordial soul realm who could compete with the strength of his soul. Shi Tiany's natural advantage, due to his dual pupils, was useless in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at Shi Tiany, and his eyes became even colder. He put his palms together, and at the end of the Yellow Springs path, a magnificent river appeared. The momentum of the river was monstrous, but there was not the slightest sound, and it seemed even more mysterious and overbearing. Wang Lin guided the spell, and the fierce river of forgetfulness spell blasted towards Shi Tiany. It was like the boundary between the 2 worlds of life and death. The river was refined from the Yellow Springs true water, and it was specially used to purify other people's magical power. Just now, the heaven and earth avatar of the late-stage Yuanying patriarch was swept up by the river and could not escape. It could only strenuously defend itself to prevent its magical power from being purified and consumed by Wang Lin. Shi Tiany looked at the surging yellow river in front of him and said lightly, "The people of Xianmen Tianzong are indeed arrogant. But then again, could it be that my good brother only dares to hide in the back and let others stand up for him? Speaking of which, I am actually a little grateful to him, but if he is so cowardly, I am really disappointed. It was just a little gratitude, but not guilt." The so-called gratitude was to thank Shi Tianhao for his contribution on the road of his rise. Shi Tiany faintly said, "But looking at you now, my gratitude has vanished into thin air." His hands changed continuously, and magical power flew out one after another, gathering in front of him until it finally turned into a magnificent white light pillar. It was like the pillar of heaven holding up the sky and the sea. This huge white light pillar stood in the dark void battlefield, and it was extremely eye-catching. The top and bottom ends extended into the endless void without an end, and the whole light pillar seemed to draw a boundary in this side of the world. From the light pillar came a very great will, and it shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All the demons in the face of the white light pillar trembled and wanted to prostrate themselves, and they had no power to fight back. The supreme demon suppression technique. In the crowd, a Yuanying patriarch exclaimed. He recognized the spell that Shi Tiany was using. It was the secret great Tao of the Taishu Temple. This spell was like a brilliant divine light, and the heavenly Tao descended to suppress all the demons. Even in a place like the Taishu Temple, where geniuses gathered, only a few could practice the supreme demon suppression technique. Even if someone did, they were only primordial spirit powerhouses. The supreme demon suppression technique was the end of the ancient era, and the reign of the human sovereign came to an end. Entering the medieval era, the mainstream of the divine land was the battle between the righteous and the demonic. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the righteous and the demonic were at war, there was a powerful person in the Taishu Temple who used this technique to suppress and kill countless demonic cultivators, and the situation of the human cultivation world was settled. With the victory of the righteous cultivators in the last battle, the righteous cultivators flourished, and the demonic cultivators became the target of scorn. Occasionally, there would be some outstanding cultivators, but they couldn't do much. The end of the medieval era was announced, and they officially entered the modern era. It also established the basic situation of the human cultivation world in the divine land today. The Supreme Demon Suppression Aura was a legendary spell that stunned an era and shook an era. The Yuanying stage patriarch shook his head. I didn't expect that this legendary spell would appear again in the hands of an early Yuanying stage cultivator, a young man who's not even 17 years old. He looked at Wang Lin and said with certainty that Wang Lin will definitely lose. In the medieval era, the underworld sect, a super demonic sect that cultivated the true water of the underworld to the extreme, was destroyed by the supreme demon suppression technique of the powerful person in the Taishu Temple at that time. Now, it's just history repeating itself. The white beam of light swept forward, almost splitting the heaven and earth. The powerful force that suppressed and destroyed everything, even the true water of the underworld, couldn't do anything to it. Although Shi Tiany's magical power was also purified by the true water of the underworld, the supreme demon suppression technique was too powerful, and it brazenly tore the river of forgetfulness apart. The white light, which was like a heavenly pillar, blasted towards Wang Lin with an almost crushing force. The dazzling radiance made everyone's faces pale, and the group of late Yuanying stage patriarchs all had a look of horror on their faces. This was because the white beam of light in front of them had a powerful force that could shatter their dharma of heaven and earth. It was like a heavenly punishment, unstoppable. Wang Lin looked at the supreme demon suppression technique indifferently, and his eyes finally flickered slightly, becoming colder and colder. He put his palms together, and the dark void where he was like the underworld suddenly shook, collapsing and shrinking rapidly towards the center. The hellish scene of the underworld disappeared, but the horrifying aura of nirvanic extermination became more and more intense, making people's hearts palpitate. It was as if the stars were dying, and at the last moment, all the mass collapsed towards the center and was finally destroyed. All the black gas around Wang Lin disappeared, only condensing into a small black ball above his head. Boom, 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 boom. The pinnacle of the underworld destruction state, supreme destruction. There was a muffled explosion, and the small black ball turned into a bolt of black lightning, tearing through space in an instant. It was so fast that no one could react, and it directly struck the white beam of light formed by the supreme demon suppression technique. This was Wang Lin pushing the power of his underworld destruction state to the limit. In an instant, he burned everything, concentrated all his power, and released it all at this moment. This time, he directly used all his mana to form the horrifying power of nirvanic extermination. Even the supreme demon suppression technique couldn't withstand this hit, and the white light that was like a heavenly pillar was directly pierced through by the black lightning. Light surged wildly in Shi Tiany's double pupils, and countless brilliant talisman patterns emerged from the light. All the magic power in his body was mobilized, and his two hands continuously changed the incantation sign. Wave after wave of dense magic power was replenished by him into the tottering supreme devil suppression cloak. After being pierced by the black lightning, the power of the supreme demon suppression technique was almost broken, as if a building was about to collapse. However, the power of Wang Lin's supreme destruction technique was too violent, and it was too short. In just an instant, although it pierced through the white light beam, it also disappeared without a trace. The light from Shi Tiany's double pupils stopped the white light beam, and his mana was immediately replenished. He actually forcibly stabilized the supreme demon suppression technique, allowing it to shine again. When the spectators saw this, they sighed in admiration at the strength of Shi Tiany's mana and mystique, but they also felt pity for Wang Lin. The supreme destruction was too strong, and even the supreme demon suppression technique couldn't withstand it. However, this was an attack that burned all his mana. Shi Tiany still had the strength to fight, but Wang Lin didn't. Unfortunately, just a little bit, and Wang Lin had shattered this top great Tao mystique of the Taishu Temple that had shaken Tianyuan for countless years. Just as everyone was feeling sorry, there was a muffled boom, and another bolt of black lightning heavily struck the white light beam. Impossible. Not only were the spectators dumbfounded, even Shi Tiany was shocked. When he looked over, he saw that Wang Lin was looking at him with an indifferent expression. The white-haired youth's mana was indeed almost depleted, but white light suddenly flashed around his body, and in a breath's time, his mana was actually full again. The next moment, the white light disappeared, and the black gas appeared again, and then condensed into a small black ball. Immediately after, the third bolt of black lightning struck towards the supreme demon suppression technique. Chapter 547. Lin Feng hid in the void and silently watched the battle between his disciple and the dual-pupiled Shi Tiany. The supreme devil-subduing shield was a top-notch, powerful spell even within the Taishu Temple. It was indeed extraordinary. Although Shi Tiany had yet to form a primordial spirit, the power of the supreme devil-subduing shield had already begun to show. Attack and defense were one. In terms of attack power, it could suppress and kill all demons. It could almost penetrate through the heavens and earth. In terms of defense, Wang Lin's supreme destruction art could explode all the power of the Yellow Springs death state in one go. Even a normal late-stage Yuaniing powerhouse's Dharma would be destroyed. However, such a powerful attack couldn't completely break through the supreme devil-subduing shield. Under normal circumstances, after releasing supreme destruction once, Wang Lin's mana would be exhausted. However, the situation was different now. The extreme of the Yellow Springs death state. Reversal, extreme Tao rebirth. Wang Lin looked at Shi Tiany indifferently. When the black aura formed by the power of nirvana dissipated, the two poles reversed. Countless power of creation turned into white light and flashed, instantly restoring him to his original state. Even the dual-pupiled Shi Tiany had a solemn expression when he saw such a method. With his mana cultivation, that black lightning attack just now must have burned all his power. He must have even damaged his spirit to be able to have such a powerful destructive power. Mana completely exhausted, spirit damaged, and even physical body injured. How can he recover so quickly? Shi Tiany's dual-pupiled eyes flashed as he stared at Wang Lin. I see. You've comprehended the mysteries of the two poles of life and death to this extent. You can go from life to death, and then from death to life. The power of the dual-pupiled eyes broke through all false concealment. Shi Tiany quickly reacted, but forcefully reversing life and death will ultimately place a huge burden on your spirit, physical body, and even the golden elixir. There is still a limit to what you can do. Wang Lin didn't answer. He was cold and fierce. He didn't waste any words. He just continuously activated supreme destruction and extreme Tao rebirth. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Another 3 black bolts of lightning shot out. This time, even Shi Tianyi couldn't withstand it. The supreme devil-subduing shield that was like a heavenly pillar shattered and turned into specks of white light that illuminated the void. The surrounding crowd all looked at Wang Lin with shocked gazes. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking white-haired youth would actually be so ferocious, his divine ability sharp, forcefully destroying the Void Temple's tens of thousands of years old supreme devil suppression charm? Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled. Little Lin's suffering wasn't in vain. Lin Feng nodded. Little Lin's suffering wasn't in vain. After the tribulation, not only did he reach Golden Elixir late stage, but he also improved. Next, I'll cultivate the 4 symbols heaven opening scripture, and I'll be able to reach a higher level. I won't be any worse than Little Yen and the others. After I form my nascent soul, my future will be even more limitless. Lin Feng also slightly sighed to think that the starting point was so much lower. Now I've finally caught up. He looked at the void on the other side and smiled. Lin Feng could vaguely sense that there were other people hiding there. Primordial spirit realm powerhouses were also watching the battle between Wang Lin and Shi Tianyi like Lin Feng. There were 2 people in total. They belonged to different camps and didn't belong to each other, but they focused on the same thing. When the supreme devil subduing shield shattered, one of them moved his soul slightly. It was a very slight fluctuation, but it couldn't hide from Lin Feng's senses. The surprise is yet to come. Lin Feng smiled and looked at the battle that was getting more and more intense. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He stared at Shi Tianyi. The power of nirvana condensed again. It was like a powerful force that could destroy a world. It turned into black lightning and attacked Shi Tianyi again. The supreme devil-subduing shield was broken. Even with Shi Tianyi's spiritual power, he didn't dare to take Wang Lin's supreme art of destruction head-on. He immediately used the Heaven Ascension technique. He stepped into the void and escaped quickly, dodging the black lightning. However, Wang Lin's supreme destruction speed was faster than him. The black lightning directly broke through the layers of void, and wherever it passed, the space turned into vacuum chaos. The destructive black lightning directly bombarded Shi Tianyi's body. Shi Tianyi shouted. Buddhist light flashed all over his body. He used the immovable King Buddha body. His arms were in front of him, blocking Wang Lin's supreme art of destruction. The black lightning landed on his arms. There was no earth-shattering sound, but it silently disintegrated the Buddhist light. Shi Tianyi cultivated the immovable King Buddha Sutra. He could control the past and the future. He lived in the eternal void. The unshakable concept of power could no longer protect him. He had a strong body and strong qi and blood, but the flesh on Shi Tianyi's arms was disappearing, turned into nothing by the black light. Could it be that the dual-pupiled person is going to lose? The spectators all exclaimed in surprise. They really didn't think that the battle would have a change that exceeded their expectations. The dual-pupiled person Shi Tianyi, whose fame spread far and wide. He was already a legend when he was a child. He was publicly acknowledged to be the pride of the future generation, the ruler of the era. The dual-pupiled person, Shi Tianyi, actually lost to a late golden elixir cultivator at the early Yuanying stage. The monstrous reputation of the disciples under Lin Feng's tutelage also spread far and wide. But right now, the most famous one is the eldest disciple who killed 3 late Yuanying stage elders of the Yu clan, Xiao Yin. He is the son of the Marquis of Xuanji of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhu Yi. He is said to be the destined enemy of the dual-pupiled person. The young pride of heaven, Shi Tianhao. Wang Lin ascended from the early foundation establishment stage to the early golden elixir stage in a short period of time. This shocked everyone, but in terms of battle achievements, he wasn't famous. He had always kept a low profile. But who would have thought that today he would actually defeat the dual-pupiled person Shi Tianyi? Just as everyone was shocked, Wang Lin, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly frowned. A berserk power appeared behind him without any warning. The distance between the two was very close. Wang Lin coldly snorted. He turned his hand to meet the sneak attack from behind. With a boom, Wang Lin's body was sent flying. Ever since he appeared, he has been standing in the same place without moving. This is the first time he has moved. The sudden change made the spectators even more shocked. Then they heard a voice suddenly ring out from behind Wang Lin. "Not bad. If my good little brother had the same cultivation as you, then in a month he would finally have the qualifications to help me open the Dragonstone Gate." Behind Wang Lin, a tall youth was standing silently in the air. His long hair hung down to his shoulders, and his face was handsome. It was Shi Tianyi. When the crowd of Yuanian cultivators saw this, their first reaction was to look at the other side of the void. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, because in their field of vision, there were actually two dual-pupiled Shi Tianyi. One had his arms directly shattered by Wang Lin's supreme art of destruction and was in a sorry state. The other was standing calmly in the air and had just repelled Wang Lin. What's going on? Everyone was even more shocked. When they looked carefully, they saw that the Shi Tianyi, who repelled Wang Lin, had his left eye closed. Only his right eye's dual pupil was emitting an astonishing radiance. In his right eye, countless lights and shadows changed. It was as if thousands of worlds of creation were appearing, vivid and lifelike. From the moment Wang Lin launched the supreme art of destruction to the moment the second Shi Tianyi suddenly appeared, only a short moment had passed. In the blink of an eye, the Shi Tianyi who was attacked by the supreme art of destruction in the distance slowly disappeared. Not only did Shi Tianyi disappear, even the black lightning released by Wang Lin also disappeared. In the void, it was abnormally quiet, as if nothing had happened. Someone looked into the distance. In the distant horizon, a black light flashed and disappeared. They could just see the scene before it disappeared. That's Wang Lin's Dharma art. A Yuanian ancestor finally reacted. We and Wang Lin have been deceived. Those scenes just now were just illusions. Someone beside him immediately retorted, if it was an illusion, he couldn't have deceived all of us. How did he do it? In the void, Lin Feng watched silently and shook his head slightly. It's not just an illusion. It was indeed not a simple illusion. It was also not a fake body created by Shi Tianyi. Lin Feng's gaze fell on Shi Tianyi's only open right eye. As expected, the functions of your left and right eyes are different. The power of the left eye's double pupil could destroy all illusions, dispel the false and retain the true, revealing the true appearance of all things. The power of the right eye's double pupil could create endless illusions and even create a virtual world. The two eyes represented the true and the false, two opposing yet unified profound powers. Just now, Shi Tianyi had used the power of the right eye's double pupil to its peak, creating a completely fake world, a world completely created by his will, trapping Wang Lin and the surrounding spectators. In this false spiritual consciousness space world, everyone watched Shi Tianyi use the ascending heaven technique to avoid the black lightning. They watched as he could not avoid it and could only barely resist it, and then watched as his arms were smashed by the black lightning. It was a tragic sight, but in reality, all of these scenes were fake. Shi Tianyi had long since dodged. Wang Lin's black lightning missed, and shot into the distant horizon, disappearing into the dark void. This was the real scene. At this time, Shi Tianyi had already snuck behind Wang Lin and launched an attack. Even the group of late Yuanying patriarchs were ignorant. Only Wang Lin, whose soul was extremely powerful and was no weaker than Shi Tianyi's, noticed some clues, but Shi Tianyi's sneak attack still succeeded. Some of the spectators also stared at Shi Tianyi's right eye's double pupil and gradually understood what was going on. They all felt a chill run down their backs. His double pupil is actually so terrifying, so powerful. He's only at the early Yuanying stage. If the power of his double pupils could increase along with his cultivation, how terrifying would that be? Even a late Yuanying expert wouldn't be able to react to that sneak attack just now. Shi Tianyi's expression was calm and indifferent. Silently, he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin also looked back at him coldly, raising his right arm. In the sneak attack just now, his right arm had been cut off at the elbow by Shi Tianyi, blood and flesh flying everywhere. But Wang Lin's face didn't show the slightest hint of pain. He was still as cold as before. He lightly shook his arm, and the blood and flesh that had exploded into a bloody rain in the air strangely gathered back on his broken arm. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin's right arm recovered, as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. Only his right sleeve was missing, proving that what everyone had just seen was all real. Chapter 548. The power of Shi Tianyi's double pupil in his right eye was strange and unpredictable, sending chills down people's spines. However, Wang Lin's right arm, which had been smashed into pieces, was completely fine, and it instantly recovered, which shocked the crowd even more. That was not a projection created by magic power, but a real body of flesh and blood. It could actually recover to its original state, which was truly shocking. Primordial soul stage experts had already shed their mortal bodies. As long as they were not martial cultivators who had fused their primordial soul with their physical bodies, even if their physical bodies were destroyed, they could easily recover. However, Wang Lin was clearly only at the late golden elixir stage, but he could actually regenerate his flesh and blood, which was truly shocking. Wait, that seems to be the Avicii undying body recorded in the Avicii Sutra of the primordial demon sect. A knowledgeable cultivator suddenly exclaimed, "This Wang Lin has mastered the Avicii undying body, and his flesh and blood are immutable. He is not afraid of injuries, and his lifespan is endless, and his physical body is indestructible." The false world created by Shi Tianyi's double pupil did not affect Lin Feng, who was in the void, but he did not remind Wang Lin. This kind of battle was the best for training. As long as it was not a situation of absolute death, Lin Feng was happy to let his disciple experience more training. He believed that Wang Lin would not be so easily killed by Shi Tianyi. Seeing that Wang Lin had recovered his broken arm, Lin Feng smiled slightly. As expected, little Lin has successfully mastered the Avicii undying body. From now on, until he reaches the primordial soul stage, his physical body will no longer be his weakness. After reaching the primordial soul stage, forming a primordial soul incarnation would not be a problem. Silently, Lin Feng looked at Wang Lin. During this period of time, little Lin has suffered a lot. When he first found that relic, blood, and flesh flew everywhere, I'm afraid that his original physical body was completely destroyed there. If he had not obtained the Avicii undying body technique to reconstruct his physical body, he would have most likely died. As expected, the one chosen by the heavens has benefits. In the void, Wang Lin shook his right wrist with an indifferent expression. Silently, Shi Tianyi stared at Wang Lin. He slowly closed his right eye and opened his left eye again. The power of his dual pupils was activated as countless divine inscriptions flashed, wanting to see through Wang Lin completely. You have been in contact with the Yellow Springs true water for a long time and cultivated the power of nirvana, which caused great damage to your body. But now that you have cultivated the Avicii immortal body, it has made up for your previous flaws. Shirtani said calmly, but it's just not bad. It's just the ability to recover. It's not that powerful. So, close combat is still your weakness. As he spoke, Shirtani's body suddenly flashed, and the power of his physical chi and blood erupted. In an instant, he rushed forward, crushing the void in front of him, and killed his way to Wang Lin. With the unmovable King Buddha body moving, a ferocious, unmovable Sumer Zen fist was already smashing down on Wang Lin's head. He wanted to bully Wang Lin for not knowing martial arts. Although he had the regenerative power of the Avicii immortal body, his physical strength was not a match for Shirtani. When fighting with Jing Huan Ho, Shirtani's physical strength was Shirtani's weakness. But the tables had turned. Now that his opponent was Wang Lin, his physical strength had become Shirtani's greatest advantage. Against Shirtani's attack, Wang Lin's expression was indifferent. He did not speak, and he dealt with it with all his might. But his physical chi and blood could not compare to his opponent's. After Shirtani used the unmovable Sumeru Zen fist, he immediately followed up with the thunderous dragon claw. His 5 fingers spread out like the claws of an ancient dragon, and he viciously grabbed Wang Lin's arm and pulled hard. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Wang Lin's arm was directly torn off by Shirtani. Wang Lin's expression did not change at all, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. His flesh and blood scattered in the air, and his arm that Shirtani had clenched into a ball in his hand suddenly exploded together. This explosion did not reconstruct Wang Lin's arm. Instead, it turned into a ball of murky yellow water, true water of the netherworld. The onlookers immediately felt as if they were awakened from a dream. Although Wang Lin had used the Avicii immortal body to reconstruct his body, he had not used Avicii demonic chi. Instead, he had refined the true water of the netherworld into his own body. This was the Avicii immortal body that belonged solely to Wang Lin, a undying body of the netherworld. At that moment, under Wang Lin's control, the true water of the netherworld immediately surged back and enveloped Shirtani. It rapidly purified and whittled away his dermic powers, body, and soul. All tangible and intangible existences were whittled away together. Oh, a cold glint suddenly flashed in Wang Lin's eyes like 2 bolts of cold lightning. Without any warning or attack, Wang Lin's entire body exploded. His physical body turned into true water of the netherworld, which permeated the void. The onlookers were shocked and confused. They could not understand why Wang Lin would suddenly choose to disintegrate his body when he had the upper hand. Several late-stage Yuanian Grand Elders focused their eyes, and their souls trembled. Then, the scene in front of them changed. Again, the few of them were furious. It turned out that Shirtani had once again activated the power of his right eye and created a completely fake consciousness world, deceiving the souls of everyone around him. At that moment, he was not stained by Wang Lin's true water of the netherworld. Instead, he closed his left eye and opened his right eye. His pupil flickered with an unpredictable chaotic aura, emitting a bewitching power. Shirtani once again arrived behind Wang Lin and was ready to launch a real attack. But this time, Wang Lin was alert and noticed something was wrong. He decisively disintegrated his body and turned it into true water of the netherworld, leaving Shirtani with nowhere to attack. His soul power was not below Shirtani's. Previously, he was hit because he did not know the secret of Shirtani's right eye, caught off guard. He did not even have time to control the true water of the netherworld. Now he was on full alert. The power of Shi Tiany's right eye was still effective on others, but it could not fool Wang Lin. Just now, my left eye saw through the strangeness of your Avicii immortal body. How could you fall for it? Shi Tiany was not in a hurry after being discovered by Wang Lin. You can't use true water of the netherworld to reconstruct your body. Otherwise, your soul and the golden elixir will not be able to withstand it. His double pupils had different uses for both eyes. When they were opened, they could be used at the same time, but the power tended to be balanced. If he only opened one eye, he could activate the power to the extreme. At this moment, he changed again. He closed his right eye and opened his left eye again, seeing through all false disguises. The power of everything returning to its true form was completely unleashed. Shi Tiany's double pupil in his left eye almost solidified. It turned into a golden beam of light and fell on the true water of the netherworld. It was not affected at all. It passed through all directions and finally stopped. There, a purple golden elixir with black gas and white light was floating in the true water of the netherworld. It was surrounded by a circle of green water. It was Wang Lin's golden elixir. The green water was the true water of the lunar element, which was also one of the 6 great elements. Interweaving with the green water was a large amount of purple spiritual energy. It was the cyclic purple qi that Wang Lin had obtained from Lin Feng's Yujing Mountain. Just as Shi Tiany said, when Wang Lin reconstructed his body, the outer part was made of true water of the netherworld, while the core was made of true water of the lunar element and cyclic purple qi. This time I've caught you. The golden beam of light formed by Shi Tiany's double pupil in his left eye locked onto Wang Lin's golden elixir. He flipped his palm, and a porcelain bottle appeared. When the bottle was opened, a clear stream of water flew out. Wherever the stream of water passed, the true water of the netherworld retreated. It was one of the 6 great elements of true water from the Taishu Temple. It was known as the mother of all things, the true water of Tiany. With the true water of Tiany leading the way, Shi Tiany flew up. Countless white clouds followed him. Between the white clouds, thousands of golden lights surged. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. He went straight for Wang Lin's golden elixir. This time, it was not a fake scene created by the power of his right eye. It was a real fatal blow. The white clouds dispersed. Golden light surged. Endless divine clouds lingered. Shi Tiany's index and middle fingers formed a sword and pointed at Wang Lin's golden elixir. An incomparably ferocious white dragon flickering with golden radiance appeared. It flew in the air and turned into an incomparably sharp sword light. The sword light went from simple and unadorned to light and swift. It went from a dragon in the abyss to a hidden dragon rising to the sky, and now it was a flying dragon in the sky. It was like the peak of the firmament. It was a destructive force that fell from the sky. White dragon, descending sky sword. Shi Tiany combined everything he had learned and comprehended this powerful technique on his own. It was like a peerless dragon descending to the boundless world to dominate the world. He wanted to completely shatter Wang Lin's golden elixir and obliterate his divine soul. He wanted to kill Wang Lin here. Boom. At this moment, the true water of the netherworld formed by Wang Lin's body suddenly changed. It gathered into a river and instantly turned into the surging river of forgetfulness. But unlike before, a black stone bridge had been erected over the river of forgetfulness. It looked like an ordinary stone bridge. It was made of black bluestone and covered in thick moss. Silently, it stood on the river of forgetfulness. It exuded an ancient and desolate aura, as if it had existed since the beginning of time. The bridge could connect gods, immortals, and heaven. It could also connect ghosts, underworld, and hell. The river of forgetfulness surged and lifted the black stone bridge. It turned into a black light and rushed toward Shirtiani, stepping on the road of life and death, a bridge connecting yin and yang. The Yellow Springs Road led to the river of forgetfulness. The bridge of forgetfulness crossed the river of forgetfulness. Wang Lin's third technique after the Yellow Springs Road and the river of forgetfulness, the bridge of forgetfulness. The huge bridge seemed to connect the past, present, and future, all time and space. Wang Lin's body quickly reconstructed, and he was already standing on the bridge of forgetfulness. His hands were behind his back, and his feet were at an irregular position. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he stared coldly at Shirtiani. The black bridge of forgetfulness under his feet suddenly swung in the sky. Like a huge iron whip, it ruthlessly lashed at Shirtiani's white dragon, descending heavenly sword light. That glorious sword light that was like a real dragon was directly smashed by the bridge of forgetfulness. Wang Lin stepped on the bridge of forgetfulness, and his attacks did not stop. With a thunderous shout, the true water of the netherworld surged from the river of forgetfulness and poured into the bridge of forgetfulness. The bridge of forgetfulness that received the power of the river of forgetfulness became even more powerful. The river water slapped against the bridge, and it let out a roar that seemed to have a life of its own. It was deep, ancient, and terrifying at the same time. The huge bridge passed through the endless void and turned into a black line. It followed the gaze of Shirtiani's double pupil in his left eye and crushed everything in its path. No, Shirtiani fiercely cried out. Like a clap of thunder, his cries came to an abrupt halt. Along with the cries, all the light in the void disappeared. The entire space instantly fell into darkness. In the next instant, a world-shaking roar resounded through the world. My eye! Everyone looked over in horror. They saw Shirtiani's left eye suddenly erupt with a dazzling light. It was so dazzling that no one could look directly at it. However, there was a sense of despair in it. After the final splendor, the light dissipated. A black line pierced straight into Shirtiani's left eye socket. That double pupil that was like the sun and moon, shocking everyone's hearts, had been shockingly destroyed. The double pupil in Shirtiani's left eye had been forcefully blinded by Wang Lin's bridge of forgetfulness. Chapter 5:49. My eye! Shirtiani let out a world-shaking roar. This tall and sturdy youth, who had always been calm and collected since his appearance, finally completely lost his composure at this moment. If he lost an arm, he might not even have furrowed his brows. If he lost a leg, he might not have been moved. So much so that even if he had always been a proud son of heaven and had never tasted defeat since his debut, he would still be angry if he truly lost to someone. However, he would not be like this right now. Apart from his overflowing anger, there was also a bit of fear. This was because his dual pupils were the foundation of his existence. It was what he relied on to rise to power, and it was the source of his strength. He could quickly grasp any Tao technique or divine ability he learned. It was his dual pupils that could quickly analyze the principles within. It originated from the little Shi Tianhao's Supreme Spirit platform, and it was also his dual pupils that saw through and discovered it. Only then was he accepted into the Taishu Temple as a disciple and was taught supreme divine abilities of the great Tao. In actual combat, the power of his dual pupils was also one of his most powerful weapons. It helped him succeed in every endeavor. With his initial Yuanying cultivation, he could look down on the entire Yuanying realm. He rarely met a match under the primordial spirit realm. The dual pupils, Shirtiani was publicly recognized as the most outstanding genius of the younger generation ever since his debut. He shook the entire heaven primal world, and he was destined to leave his name in the annals of history as a legendary figure of the present age. Shirtiani had absolute confidence in himself. He admitted that before he truly matured, he would encounter opponents that were stronger than him. However, he firmly believed that as long as he had the dual pupils, even if he suffered a momentary setback, he would still rise again in the end. Moreover, he would trample his former enemies underfoot. But now his left eye was actually blinded by someone. It wasn't a temporary injury, nor was it a light injury. Shirtiani could clearly feel that his left eye was completely blinded. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked beyond belief. That dual pupil individual was actually defeated. Not only was he defeated, but he was even blinded in one of his dual pupils. The dual pupils of legends that were like the alternating sun and moon, emitting endless divine light, were actually blinded in one eye. Shirtiani only felt a shiver from the depths of his soul, as if his entire body was surrounded by extreme coldness. Void Banner, why didn't you stop him? Shirtiani felt that he was on the verge of going crazy. As one of the core disciples of Taishu Temple, he was bestowed with a primordial spirit magical treasure by Taishu Temple to protect himself. However, he thought highly of himself and had never used it. The previous battles had proven that he could defeat all his opponents with his own cultivation, and no one could stop him. But this time, after Wang Lin's bridge of helplessness broke his white dragon descending heavenly sword at the critical moment his magic treasure, the void flag should have blocked Wang Lin's fatal blow in time, but who knew that the heavenly mirror would not react at all. Even if Shirtiani took the initiative to call out, the void scroll flag would not respond. It wasn't that the void scroll flag was ignoring him. Shirtiani clearly felt that he couldn't communicate with the magic treasure at all. The connection between the two had been cut off. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, Shirtiani didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest and began to madly urge a power that he couldn't control freely. He had to succeed this time because after Wang Lin's bridge of helplessness blinded his eyes, its momentum didn't stop at all. It was still moving forward crazily, wanting to pierce through his head as well. Wang Lin! Shirtiani roared, and a bright brilliance suddenly flashed between his eyebrows. As soon as the brilliance appeared, it illuminated the entire void. It was bright and dazzling white, shocking the heavens. The brilliance wasn't very blazing, but the terrifying power fluctuations seemed to shake the entire void battlefield. It wasn't that the brilliance was powerful, but it seemed to contain infinite possibilities. A large number of talisman characters emerged in the brilliance, arranging into profound patterns one after another. In the next instant, they suddenly scattered and reorganized, and then turned into completely different patterns, rising and falling, repeating over and over again. The brilliance shot out from between Shirtiani's eyebrows, turning into a shocking rainbow. Within the rainbow, there were the lights and shadows of gods and Buddhas flashing like a great golden bell, and the sound of the heavenly Tao shaking chanting lingered in the ears. The rainbow flashed, directly cutting Wang Lin's bridge of helplessness into two. Wang Lin grunted, jumping down from the broken bridge of helplessness. The broken bridge of helplessness turned into clouds of black fog, vanishing into the air. Different from the previous techniques, the bridge of helplessness was the strongest divine ability Wang Lin had at present. It gathered all his magic power, essence, energy, and spirit, and even his own divine soul was thrown into it. Now that it was cut in half, it immediately injured his foundation. Even the extreme rebirth couldn't heal it instantly. It needed a long period of recuperation and cultivation to recover. Wang Lin raised his head, his eyes cold as he stared at Shirtiani opposite him. His bridge of helplessness had first broken the white dragon descending heavenly sword. and then broke Shi Tiany's dual pupils. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but the other party was actually able to cut the bridge of helplessness in one strike. That divine rainbow was truly powerful, especially with the current strength of Wang Lin's divine soul. Facing that rainbow made his heart palpitate. Wang Lin stared at Shi Tiany, and Shi Tiany was glaring at him. Shi Tiany raised his hand to cover his left eye. Dark red blood flowed down from the gaps between his fingers, even flashing with a multicolored light. But no matter how many anomalies there were, it couldn't cover up one thing. And that was that the dual pupils in Shi Tiany's left eye were completely blind. Wang Lin's injuries were also very serious, but he would recover one day. As for Shi Tiany, no matter how strong a cultivator was, no matter how precious a treasure was, it was impossible for him to restore the sight in his left eye. Perhaps it could heal his injuries and restore his vision, but the mysterious power of the dual pupils in his left eye had left Shi Tiany forever. The power of the dual pupils was blessed by the heavens. It was incomparably powerful, but it was innately nourished by the heavens. Once it was destroyed, it couldn't be restored later on. Even the Taishu temple couldn't do anything about it. Shi Tiany glared at Wang Lin with his right eye, like an evil dragon choosing people to devour. He fiercely stared at Wang Lin, who had turned him into a one-eyed dragon, and said word by word, "Xian Gate Sky Sect, Wang Lin." Wherever the rainbow passed, the entire void was split into two. The space in the void battlefield, which was already extremely unstable, instantly became even more chaotic. Countless space-times started to go berserk, entangling with each other, forming one twisted and terrifying black hole after another. Only then did the spectators come back to their senses from the intense battle just now. Looking at the terrifying scene in the void before them, they immediately cursed. Two monsters, they actually triggered the void turbulence. The void distorted, and everything went berserk. In such an environment, even nascent divinity cultivators would be in danger. Everyone quickly fled to avoid being affected by this terrifying natural disaster. Shi Tiany was right beside the two black holes, and the two black holes squeezed together, forming a huge force that instantly sucked Shi Tiany in. And at this moment, Shi Tiany suddenly noticed that the place where Wang Lin first appeared, the void black hole that might have hidden the treasure, was affected by the space turbulence and suddenly cracked open. Inside, treasure light shone in all directions, revealing a piece of white jade. The white jade was completely transparent, as smooth as a mirror, and the surface of the mirror was overflowing with colors, illuminating Heavenstone. Shi Tiany grunted and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He only felt that the wound in his left eye was getting more and more painful. That white jade was the treasure that he had entered the void battlefield to obtain. He had the dual pupils, so it was far easier for him to find treasures than ordinary people. Even so, after going through so much trouble, he finally found his target. The item was already close at hand, but who knew that it would slip away from his hand just like that? This feeling made Shi Tiany, who was already shocked and angry, so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. But the space turbulence was ever-changing, and before he could think any further, he had already been swept away by the chaotic space. The only thing left in the world was his long roar filled with rage. "Wang Lin!" In the void, Lin Feng waved his hand and activated the Heavenly Realm Barrier spell, blocking a void storm that was rushing toward him. In front of him, separated by the distorted space, stood a woman dressed in white with a white cloud embroidered on her lapel. She was the female Tao master from the Taishu temple, who had appeared together with Xianlin Taoist in the Yu family's ancestral land. Her name was Tao Master Yunzun. Although she was at the second tier of the nascent divinity realm and had already cultivated a Dharma body of the void realm, It was difficult for her to take a step forward in front of Lin Feng. The female Tao master looked at Lin Feng and felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Shi Tianyi was about to have a duel with Shi Tianhao, and they could not afford to make any mistakes in the void battlefield. That was why she was sent to escort him. Who would have thought that they would encounter Lin Feng and be trapped here, unable to do anything? Not only her, but even the scroll flag, which was given to Shi Tianyi by the Taishu Temple to protect him, was sealed by Lin Feng with the Heavenly Realm Barrier spell. Is this how the master of the celestial sect acts? Tao Master Yun Zun asked coldly. I have no intention of interfering in the competition between juniors, Lin Feng said coolly. But a duel is a duel, and we should just rely on our own cultivation base. It is boring to rely on an artifact that cannot unleash its true power. Tao Master Yunzun was so angry that she could not speak. She thought that with Shi Tianyi's strength, he could easily defeat any opponent below the nascent divinity realm without using any artifact. She did not expect that Wang Lin would be so ferocious that he had blinded one of Shi Tianyi's double pupils with the bridge of helplessness. The double pupils were not only extremely precious to Shi Tianyi, but also to the Taishu Temple. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was here, and she could do nothing to him. Tao Master Yunzun took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Shi Tianyi has already made a duel with your disciple, Shi Tianhao. Under such circumstances, your other disciple is trying to exhaust Shi Tianyi's combat strength. Is this the source of Xianmen Tianzong's confidence? Lin Feng stood in the air, allowing the storm and turbulence around him to not stop. He himself did not move. Shi Tianyi lost some things when he lost his left eye, but he also obtained other gains because of this. Don't play dumb with me here. Tao Master Yunzun was stunned. Lin Feng continued calmly. Today is just the interest. Soon, my disciple, Shi Tianhao, will take back what belongs to him with his own hands. You know what the divine light that Shi Tianyi used to trigger the turbulence in the void is, but I know better than you. Tao Master Yunzun's expression gradually calmed down. Finally, he gave Lin Feng a look and said, everything will be revealed in the ancient heavenly dragon domain. His voice lingered in the air as he disappeared into the void. He was looking for Shi Tianyi, who had been swept away. Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly and turned to the other side. Who is not afraid of death this time? At that moment, another nascent divinity realm expert who was hiding in the void with Tao Master Yunzun and Lin Feng suddenly rushed out. His target was Wang Lin, who had just fought a bloody battle with Shi Tianyi. It was a man dressed in a black robe. With a wave of his hand, a huge colorful vortex appeared and fell toward Wang Lin. Chapter 550. A colorful, grotesque vortex, like the mouth of a giant beast, appeared. It was so huge that it covered an area of hundreds of miles and fell on Wang Lin's head. In addition to Wang Lin, there were some other cultivators who were trapped in the void turbulence. They were bitterly resisting and stabilizing themselves, but they didn't expect to be caught up in the disaster and fall into the vortex with Wang Lin. As the vortex spun, the divine souls of more than a dozen people were forcibly pulled out from their bodies. These people were not ordinary mortals. They were not cultivators at the Qi refining stage or the foundation establishment stage with unstable divine souls, nor were they cultivators at the golden elixir period. Without exception, all of them were grand Yuaniing cultivators. There was even a late-stage Yuaniing patriarch among them. However, at this moment, their divine souls were all forcibly pulled out from their bodies by the colorful vortex above their heads. As soon as the colorful vortex appeared above their heads, it immediately emitted a huge suction force. All the people present felt the same. Their minds were blank. Their eyes could not see anything. Their ears could not hear anything, and their bodies could not feel anything. Their divine souls shook violently and directly left their bodies, flying toward the vortex above their heads. As soon as the vortex appeared, it directly pulled people's divine souls out of their bodies, forcibly sucked them out of their bodies, and forcibly dragged them away. It was just like how ghosts in the netherworld could steal people's souls. If the king of hell wanted you dead at midnight, who could keep you alive until midnight? They were directly taken away by force, leaving no room for negotiation. Only the late-stage Yuaniing patriarch roared angrily. His heaven and earth form rushed out to resist the suction force, forcing his divine soul, which had already left his body, back into his body. However, before the late-stage Yuaniing patriarch could catch his breath, a flash of light flew by and directly tore a big hole in the chest of his heaven and earth form, a primordial spirit powerhouse. The late-stage Yuaniing patriarch fell into deep despair. Then his divine soul was once again sucked out of his body by the huge vortex above his head. As soon as the colorful vortex appeared, Wang Lin's eyes emitted a sharp, cold light. The two of them could be considered old acquaintances. Back then, for the sake of his parents' clan, Wang Lin had fought with a late-stage Yuaniing devil cultivator and was dragged into the void battlefield. Although he had successfully passed the Yin fire tribulation and advanced to the mid-stage golden elixir, it was still very difficult for him to face the heaven and earth avatar of a late-stage Yuaniing powerhouse. The two of them fought and ran. Finally, they had a bloody battle in a relic. Wang Lin destroyed his opponent's Dharma idol and severely injured him. However, his own injuries were much more severe. His physical body was completely destroyed, and even the golden elixir was almost shattered. His injured spirit and mana were wrapped in the underworld pearl to protect himself. His injuries were so severe that Wang Lin almost wanted to refine himself into a puppet of the netherworld. The golden elixir period artifact, the magnetic bipolar circle, was broken, and so was the Yuaniing period artifact, the cloud elephant seal. After the battle, both of them almost perished together. At that time, Wang Lin obtained the Dharma of the Avicii scripture of the primordial devil sect. By cultivating the Avicii undying body, he was able to reconstruct his physical body. Before reconstructing his physical body, his injuries were too severe. His spirit was injured and drifted in the void battlefield with the underworld pearl. During the process of cultivating in the underworld pearl, his spirit was cleansed by the underworld true water. His spirit became stronger and stronger. In the end, he could even move without the underworld pearl. In the void battlefield, he had other fortuitous encounters. His spirit became stronger and stronger. In the end, he could kill a golden elixir powerhouse with just his spirit. However, at this time, Wang Lin ran into trouble again. The devil cultivator who had fought with him in the past had attracted a primordial spirit powerhouse. The other party wanted to kill him. However, after seeing that Wang Lin's spirit was much stronger than usual, he changed his mind and wanted to capture and imprison his spirit. Relying on the sudden explosion of space-time turbulence in the void battlefield, Wang Lin was able to escape. Unexpectedly, after a bloody battle with Shi Tianyi, he ran into his old enemy again. The captivating spirit vortex in front of him was released by the primordial spirit powerhouse who wanted to capture Wang Lin alive and imprison his spirit. This person had been watching from the side. When he saw that Wang Lin and Shi Tianyi's spirit were extremely strong, he was already salivating. When the void turbulence occurred, Shi Tianyi was too close to the black hole. He was swept away immediately and disappeared. In such a large-scale void turbulence, even a primordial spirit powerhouse could barely protect himself. If he was not careful, he would be in danger. Seeing that Shi Tianyi was gone, he locked his target on Wang Lin, who he had been chasing. The terrifying, captivating spirit vortex technique was about to extract Wang Lin's spirit from his physical body. Wang Lin had just fought with Shi Tianyi. Although he had blinded one of Shi Tianyi's double pupils, he had also been seriously injured by Shi Tianyi's final counterattack. If he was at his peak, he could still struggle with his strong spirit. But now, facing the enemy, he was powerless. Wang Lin's expression was cold. Even though he knew he was no match, he would not give up and wait for death. He took out the underworld pearl to help stabilize his spirit. He was about to throw himself into the black hole of the void turbulence. At most, he would have to escape again. I let you escape last time. How can I let you go this time? In the void, the black-robed man appeared. His entire body seemed to be hidden in a cloud of black fog. His face could not be seen clearly. He pressed down with his hand. Balls of black gas turned into a giant claw and grabbed at Wang Lin. Within the range of the claw, Wang Lin's spirit and physical body could not move. The black-robed man said sinisterly, "In this void battlefield, even your powerful master cannot save you. With such a void turbulence, even if he came in, he could do nothing." At this moment, Wang Lin, who was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the black-robed man's eyes, suddenly smiled. Ever since Wang Lin appeared, he had always been cold and ferocious. This was the first time he smiled. Although it was just a faint smile, it was a happy smile that came from the bottom of his heart. It was like the dark clouds had dispersed and revealed the sun. Just when the black-robed man felt that something was wrong, the world in front of him suddenly spun. In the next moment, he found that he could not move at all. His energy was suppressed by someone. The opponent was so powerful that the black-robed man could not even reveal his Yuan divinity incarnation. At this moment, a light voice rang in the void. "Who did you say was helpless?" The black-robed man felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Then he found himself in a small world full of purple. Lin Feng and Dao Master Yun Zhan's cultivation base were higher than his, so he did not notice their confrontation. He thought he could capture Wang Lin and Shi Tianyi. Who would have thought that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? What he had done was nothing but a joke in the end. Without the black-robed man's control, the soul-capturing vortex that covered hundreds of miles in circumference disappeared in an instant, and the souls of those who were sucked into the vortex were able to escape. Everyone's souls returned to their bodies and looked at Lin Feng in the void, still in a state of shock. At this moment, Lin Feng's purple robe fluttered in the wind as he stood in the void turbulence. One after another, distorted black holes surged around him, but none of them could get close to him. He held a clump of purple energy in his palm, which was a small world formed by his energy. In the small world, one could vaguely see the dejected black-robed man. Was it the black-robed man who used that strange whirlpool spell to absorb our souls? It seems so. That purple-robed cultivator captured him and broke the spell, allowing us to escape. Who is he? That black-robed man's cultivation is definitely at the primordial soul realm, but he was captured so easily. Just as everyone was in shock, they suddenly saw Wang Lin slowly kneel before the purple-robed man. Ever since Wang Lin appeared, he was like a demon god descending into the world, killing people with a flick of his fingers. As long as someone dared to attack him, they would not have a good ending. 5 early-stage Yuanian cultivators were killed by him with 5 light flicks of his fingers, as if he was crushing ants. Even the late-stage Yuanian cultivators were defeated by a spell he cast casually, and they almost died. Publicly recognized as the #1 genius in the divine land in recent years, the strongest of the younger generation, the dual-pupiled cultivator, Shi Tianyi, who was like a god descending into the world, had been invincible among the younger generation. But Wang Lin had directly blinded the eye that he was most proud of. Such a ferocious Wang Lin. Even though he was only at the late-stage golden elixir, no one dared to look down on him. He was indifferent, ruthless, and bloodthirsty, which made people stay away from him, not daring to provoke him. No matter who saw Wang Lin, they could tell at a glance that he was someone who would rather break than bend. His will was extremely firm, and beneath his indifference hid a deep sense of pride. No matter how powerful the opponent was, how high their status was, or how deep their background was, this white-haired young man could ignore them and not take them seriously. But now, such a killing god was slowly kneeling before the purple-robed young man in the void. There was no grievance, no reluctance, and there was even a hint of joy. Wang Lin was always indifferent, and his emotionless voice was even slightly trembling. "Master, your disciple is back." Everyone looked at the purple-robed Lin Feng and was in an uproar. They felt that it was unbelievable, but they also came to a realization. In the whole world, only the master of the Celestial Gate, who was Wang Lin's master, could be worthy of Wang Lin's worship. If it's the master of the Celestial Gate, then it's no wonder he has such powerful magical powers and can suppress an essence soul powerhouse with a flip of his hand. Yes, I didn't expect to see the master of the Celestial Gate here. Seeing is believing. It's no wonder he can create waves in the divine land and stir up the world. Everyone was discussing. Even the cultivators who had been in the battlefield in the void for a long time were doubtful when they heard about the power of Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong, but now they were completely impressed. Lin Feng did not care about their discussions. His attention was completely on the white-haired young man kneeling before him. "Your disciple is back." Wang Lin's voice trembled slightly, revealing his restless state of mind. Wasn't Lin Feng the same? Ever since Wang Lin was lost in the battlefield in the void, Lin Feng had always told himself that he was the one, that he would definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune, that he would definitely be fine, and that he would even obtain many opportunities and improve his cultivation. Even so, how could the master and disciple who had been together for so many years not be worried? He had placed his divine god of battle clone in the battlefield in the void to search for Wang Lin. As soon as he found a clue, he immediately rushed over. Now, everything was finally over. Lin Feng looked at Wang Lin's snow-white hair, exhaled softly, and said slowly, "I have always believed that you will come back." Chapter 551. Lin Feng lifted Wang Lin from the ground and looked at his disciple with a smile. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and a hint of warmth appeared on his usually cold face. When his gaze fell on the purple air mass formed by the small world in Lin Feng's hand, he stared at the black-robed man in the small world, and his gaze became cold again. Lin Feng said lightly, "There's no need to be anxious. He can't run away." He turned to look at the other cultivators, and his gaze was as calm as water. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream, and they hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. "Thank you for saving our lives, Mystic Gate Master." "No need to be so courteous." Lin Feng glanced at the small world in his palm and asked, "Did anyone come into contact with this person before? Or did anyone come into contact with a cultivator who cultivated the same Tao as him?" The cultivators looked at each other. One of the Yuanying middle-stage old ancestors stepped forward and bowed to Lin Feng before answering, "Seriously, I once came into contact with a Yuanying stage cultivator in the void battlefield. The Tao and divine power he cast were similar to this person. It's not a spirit art, but it directly attacks the opponent's spirit. It's quite evil. A spirit art could only be cast when the cultivator's spirit had left their body. If their spirit did not leave their body, the spirit art could not be used, or at least its power would be greatly reduced. Unless one was blessed by nature, like Shi Tianyi, who used his double pupils as a medium. Not only did he not have to leave his body to cast the spirit art, but it also increased its power. This black-robed man's spell was not a soul spell. Instead, he used his own magic power and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. However, the target of his attack was the opponent's soul. With a soul-absorbing vortex, he forcibly extracted everyone's soul from their bodies. The Yuanying middle-stage old ancestor paused and added that Yuanying cultivator was dressed the same as this person wearing a black robe. Lin Feng nodded and said nothing else. He immediately left with Wang Lin. The illuminating stone that Shi Tianyi yearned for even in his dreams was already in his pocket. Lin Feng walked in the direction of Xiao Yan and the others, and Wang Lin followed beside him. His eyes were fixed on the black-robed man in the all heavens small world, and he asked, "Master, where did this guy come from?" Lin Feng's tone was gentle as he narrated the secret information he had obtained from the system. During the reign of the ancient human emperors, there was once an emperor. At that time, his title had already been forgotten, and later generations were used to calling him the King of the Underworld. During the era when the King of the Underworld ruled the divine land, it was the time when all the major orthodoxies of cultivation rose to prominence and flourished. It was also because of this that the ruling position of the human emperor became more and more shaken, and the contradictions between them grew larger and larger. Lin Feng's tone was a little ethereal. The King of the Underworld was the first human emperor to be deposed. This was because he completely incurred the wrath of the masses. He wanted to completely control the cycle of reincarnation with his almighty theurgy, shape the world of the dead, and become the ruler of both the living and the dead world. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He wanted to rule the living, and he didn't even let the dead go? Lin Feng said, "That's right." So the contradictions intensified, and the human emperor's rule eventually came to an end. However, the King of the Underworld sounded the death knell of the ancient era, and he was eventually overthrown. After the King of the Underworld, the ancient emperor inherited the human emperor's position. In the ancient era, before the King of the Underworld, the succession of the human emperor was either abdicated or elected. Of course, most of the reasons for the replacement were because the previous human emperors had fallen in battle with the demon race. It was with the King of the Underworld that the dethronement began. During the reign of the ancient emperor, the situation gradually calmed down, but the contradictions still existed. After the war between the two worlds with the demon race, the ancient emperor himself was heavily injured, and his kin also suffered great losses. Someone took the opportunity to revolt, dethroning and killing the ancient emperor and proclaiming himself as the human emperor. He was the last human emperor and was known as the Ruthless Sovereign. The Ruthless Sovereign was brutal and domineering, not inferior to the King of the Underworld. The experts of the human race worked together to overthrow and kill him, completely ending the human emperor's rule. The ancient era came to an end, and the Ruthless Sovereign became the last human emperor. Silently, Lin Feng said, "Although the King of the Underworld was dethroned and killed in the past, his orthodoxy has been passed down, but it is extremely mysterious and rarely appears in the world. This person's spell directly attacks the spirit, and the spell itself is very exquisite, similar to the orthodoxy passed down by the King of the Underworld." Lin Feng held the small world formed by the purple gas in his palm, and the black-robed man, who was suppressed by his mana, did not say a word. Just now, he had heard the conversation between Lin Feng and Wang Lin. Lin Feng looked at him calmly and said lightly, "Previously, someone mentioned that other than him, there were other cultivators in the Yuanying stage who dressed the same way and had similar supernatural powers. From this, it can be seen that this person does not exist alone, but has his own background. It seems that the orthodoxy of the King of the Underworld has been passed down, the black-robed man side. Everyone says that the master of Xian Men is mysterious and unfathomable rising like a comet, but no information has been leaked before, as if he has suddenly come to the divine land in the past 1 or 2 years. Seeing him today, I know that the rumors are wrong. Since you know so much about the Underworld Hall, I'm afraid you know everything about the great Tianyuan world. This is not something that can be learned in a short period of time. The rise of Xianmen Tianzong is not without reason. Lin Feng's expression did not change at all. My methods are not something you can guess. You just said that the Underworld Hall is the orthodoxy passed down by the king of the Underworld. Since they had already spoken, the black-robed man relaxed and said calmly, "That's right, we are the successors of the king of the Underworld's orthodoxy." He looked at Wang Lin. Previously, there was a late-stage Yuanian cultivator in the Underworld Hall who became enemies with your disciple. He was seriously injured, and even his universal dharma was destroyed. I saved him. And later, I accidentally found out that your disciple was lucky enough to not die, so I prepared to take revenge. Who knew that his spirit was far stronger than his cultivation level, so I wanted to imprison his spirit. In the end, we encountered the void turbulence, and he escaped. We only found traces of him today. Wang Lin looked at the black-robed man coldly. Just as the other man had said, it had not been easy for him to escape. In the days that followed, he continued to cultivate and had other fortuitous encounters. In the end, he used the Avicii undying body to successfully reconstruct his physical body. His cultivation level also kept increasing, and he began to break through to the late stage of the golden elixir. In the void battlefield, time flowed differently in different places, and it was also different from the outside world. Wang Lin did not know how long he had cultivated, but just now he had finally completed his cultivation and came out of seclusion. He did not expect to encounter the dual-pupiled Shirtiani as soon as he came out of seclusion. Lin Feng looked at the black-robed man and asked, "Why did you imprison my disciple's spirit? You seem to be purposely capturing a spirit that is different from ordinary people and exceptionally strong?" Silently, the black-robed man replied, "I am only following orders. I do not know the reason behind it." At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly said, "Master, the person who first attacked my hometown and was killed by me was only a golden elixir period cultivator. He had just started to collect thousands of souls to cultivate his demonic arts, but later on, he discovered that one of my clansmen's spirit was exceptionally strong, so he deliberately captured and imprisoned him. Later on, the late-stage Yuanian cultivator also had the intention of capturing me alive and imprison my spirit." His eyes were cold as he stared at the black-robed man. "That late-stage Yuanian old dog, where is he now?" The other party killed a large number of his clansmen, including people who were kind to him and his parents, and even his relatives who watched him grow up. After advancing to the late stage of the golden elixir period, and confirming that he had the ability to kill the late-stage Yuanian cultivator, he could no longer suppress the anger that he had been accumulating for revenge. Silently, the black-robed man replied, "He is only an outer member of the Underworld Hall, a guest protector. He is not part of the core circle. I sent him out of the void battlefield, and I do not know where he went." Wang Lin remained silent, but the ferocious aura around him became stronger. With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, a large purple flag that flashed with a 7-colored radiance appeared in the void. With a wave of the flag, it emitted an endless suction force that directly sucked the black-robed man up. This was the primordial soul Dharma treasure that Lin Feng had refined, the mysterious sky god sealing flag. After Lin Feng himself advanced to the primordial soul realm and refined it again, this treasure could already imprison the primordial soul incarnation of a primordial soul realm expert, so that they could only listen to Lin Feng's orders. At this moment, apart from Lord Xianming Yuxintao, there was another primordial soul realm expert. This time, the other party was not much different from the Netherworld puppet. Whatever Lin Feng wanted to know, no matter how unwilling he could only honestly tell him everything he knew. The underworld hall is really something. After interrogating the black-robed man, Lin Feng roughly understood the current situation of the underworld hall. This force was the orthodoxy of the king of the underworld from the ancient age. The leader was the hall master of the underworld hall, who was extremely powerful. There were also many hall masters of the underworld hall under his command, and they were collectively known as the 10 Yama Kings. In addition, the high-level personnel were a group of underworld hall's emissaries. This black-robed man was one of the emissaries of the underworld hall. According to his confession, the headquarters of the underworld hall existed in an independent medium-class world. This medium-class world was unknown because it was not directly connected to the boundless world. The realm channel that connected this medium-class world to the outside world directly led to the battlefield of the void. Lin Feng thought to himself, no wonder the underworld hall is so mysterious. Although the outside world has heard that the king of the underworld has an orthodoxy that has been passed down, I have never heard of this orthodoxy. It has actually multiplied and developed to such a strong degree. However, he did not know if the Taishu Temple, the Shushan sword sect, and the others knew of the existence of the underworld hall. If they knew, how much did they know? If you have the chance to find your enemy, you will have the chance to take revenge. Lin Feng looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Your disciple understands. Lin Feng put away the dark sky god ceiling banner and led Wang Lin through the battlefield of the void. Soon, a few people appeared in his line of sight. It was Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, and the others. When Xiao Yan and the others saw Wang Lin, they were stunned at first, but then they were overjoyed. It's good that you are back safely. Xiao Yan punched Wang Lin's shoulder, completely ignoring the white-haired youth's cold expression. He laughed and said, It's good that you are back. The chill on Wang Lin's face thawed like a spring breeze, and he showed a faint smile. Yes, I am back. Yu Hongyan smiled and cupped his fists at Wang Lin. Third senior brother, congratulations on your safe return. Your cultivation has improved. Shi Tianhao looked him up and down with a smile. Third senior brother, why is your hair all white? It's a long story. Wang Lin smiled faintly and looked at Shi Tianhao. Suddenly, he realized something. Oh yes, I just met Shi Tianhao. Shi Tianhao hit his left palm with his right hand. He actually came to the battlefield of the void. I was saying that I would fight him in less than a month. If I meet him, I will fight him now. As he spoke, Shi Tianhao suddenly realized that Wang Lin in front of him was showing an emotion that he had never shown before. Wang Lin, who had always been cold and fierce, looked a little embarrassed in front of Shi Tianhao. Shi Tianhao was puzzled. Third senior brother, what's wrong? Chapter 5:52. In Shi Tianhao's impression, his third senior brother was silent most of the time, cold and resolute. Even when he was comprehending the plain path of simplicity for a while, his bearing was calm and composed. He was rarely as conflicted and awkward as he was now. Wang Lin looked at Shi Tianhao and slowly asked, Little junior brother, did you make an agreement with him? Yes, not long ago. Shi Tianhao nodded. I was originally going to defeat him back then, but the Qin Emperor suggested that the ancient Sky Dragon Domain's Dragon Arena be opened a month later. At that time, the victor can enter the Dragonstone Gate to retrieve the treasures, so we made the agreement a month later. Xiao Yan nodded on the side. That's right. This matter has already spread across the world. Before they even fought, it has already become the most anticipated competition in the divine land. He smiled coldly. This time, little junior brother will seek justice for him under the gazes of everyone. He will beat up that stinking brat with a pair of yellow eyes until he looks for his teeth all over the ground. Beside Xiao Yan, Yu Hongyan burst into laughter. The green-robed girl, who stood silently beside him, also smiled. Shi Tianhao clapped his hands and laughed. Ha! Yellow eyes. First senior brother. That's a wonderful metaphor. As everyone laughed, they suddenly saw Wang Lin become even more awkward. They could not help but find it more and more strange. Shi Tianhao asked, "Third senior brother, what's wrong?" Wang Lin's lips moved as he said in a low voice, "I blinded one of his eyes." Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao immediately opened their mouths wide together, staring blankly at Wang Lin in front of them. They were speechless for quite a while. Everyone looked at one another, only returning to their senses after quite a while. Xiao Yan patted Wang Lin's shoulder. "Well done, third brother." As he spoke, he even gave him a thumbs up. Shi Tianhao also cupped his hands towards Wang Lin solemnly and said, "Third senior brother, thank you." He carefully examined Wang Lin with his magic power and divine sense, and immediately found that Wang Lin was also injured at the moment, and the injury was not light. Wang Lin let out a rare sigh. "If I had known that you had a duel with him, I wouldn't have fought him." He was not a pretentious person, nor would he be afraid of a fight. He just felt that in a month, when Shi Tianhao and Shi Tianyi fought, Shi Tianyi would be blinded by him. Even if Shi Tianhao won the fight, he would still be criticized by others. Wang Lin firmly believed that his junior brother, in a fair and square battle with Shi Tianyi, would definitely win. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although Shi Tianyi lost his left eye, his strength might not have decreased by much. He might even have improved." Everyone was stunned. Wang Lin was the first to react, and a trace of understanding flashed in his eyes. "Master, you mean?" Lin Feng nodded, and a slightly mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "What's more, this person's strongest magical power is not his eyes, but the power he took from your junior brother." A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. "He interrupted the divine light on my bridge of helplessness? Yes, that is his biggest trump card." Lin Feng chuckled. "That power doesn't belong to him, so he can't control it freely." Wang Lin remained silent. Shi Tianhao and the others on the side looked curiously at him and Lin Feng. Seeing this, Wang Lin immediately repeated the process of his fight with Shi Tianyi in detail. Lin Feng commented on the key points one by one. Shi Tianyi's soul is far stronger than cultivators of the same level. He also specializes in the soul arts of Taishu Temple. This is his strength. He cultivates the immovable King Buddha body of Buddhism, which strengthens his originally weak body. His physique is also very strong. Although he is not as strong as you, he is not weak. Shi Tianyi's magical powers mainly originate from Taishu Temple, which includes powerful spells like the Grand Devil Suppression Charm. But this is not the main point. Lin Feng said silently, "The main point is that he may have learned other spells from Taishu Temple. The above are all external. He has two advantages. One is his dual pupils. He was born with it. His left eye can see through lies and discern truth. He can see through the flaws in his opponent's magical powers. But his left eye was completely blinded by your third brother, so he can ignore it." Lin Feng looked at Shi Tianhao and said slowly, "His right eye can create illusions and even simulate a fake world to fool your senses. Your third brother's soul is not weaker than his, so he is easy to deal with. If you were to face him, you have to be careful of this move first." Shi Tianhao's expression was solemn as he nodded. Lin Feng smiled. "Relax. It is not difficult to break the power of his right eye's dual pupils. Other than that, there is his last and strongest trump card." Lin Feng's expression was calm, his tone indifferent. That is what he took from you. Tianhao, Wang Lin said from the side. It was the divine light that broke my bridge of helplessness in the end. It was because of this attack that I was heavily injured. To be fair, Shi Tianyi is not weak. I blinded one of his eyes, and his last attack also seriously injured me. Looking at the battle situation at that time, it was actually a draw. However, my injury can be healed in the future, but the power of his left eye's dual pupils is forever disabled. Lin Feng looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Little Lin, there is no need to belittle yourself. Our sect's foundation is the Tao Te Ching of heaven and earth. You can only start to cultivate the second chapter of the 4 symbols heaven opening scripture when you reach the later stage of the golden elixir. After cultivating it, even if you do not form your nascent soul, your strength will steadily increase, and you will be stronger than you are now. Wang Lin nodded. However, that divine light is really sharp. Shi Tianhao frowned slightly and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said slowly, Tianhao, you are born to be a sovereign. When you were born to be in the middle stage of foundation building. Your body will naturally open your sea of qi and build a sovereign spirit platform. A sovereign pill cauldron will be built on the sovereign spirit platform. When you form your core, you will form a purple core and give birth to a vision. Your future will be incomparably bright. Other than building a solid foundation that cannot be more solid, when you form your yuanying, you will also have special gains. When Lin Feng said this, he stretched out his palm, and a light suddenly lit up on his palm. The light was black and white. Under Lin Feng's control, it was firmly fixed on his palm and did not extend outwards. However, the divine light shot out in all directions, and it was extremely glorious, shaking the entire void. Within the black and white divine light, there was a faint chanting of the great Tao of heaven and earth, shaking the surroundings. Wang Lin was shocked. Master, although the appearance was different, and the specific power and conception were also completely different, Wang Lin could still recognize that the black and white divine light on Lin Feng's palm was similar to the divine light that Shi Tianyi used to injure him at the last moment. Lin Feng said slowly, the divine light of creation is the power that should belong to Tianhao. Build a sovereign spirit platform, condense a sovereign pill cauldron, form a purple core and give birth to a vision, and finally successfully form a nascent soul. It was truly the creation of heaven and earth. It was like a child favored by heaven, carrying the great Tao of heaven and earth and possessing a powerful and unique power. The divine light of creation was not a single one. Different people could cultivate different divine lights of creation. Each divine light of creation had different forms and functions, and they were all unique. The divine light of creation was born after a cultivator formed a nascent soul. In the beginning, it was powerful, but there was a limit. However, this divine light would become stronger as the cultivator's cultivation increased. This is the most mysterious and profound existence in the world, as well as the most powerful and profound existence. Even now, there are still many mysteries of the divine creation light, waiting for future generations to continuously explore. Even places like the Void Temple are still in the exploration and research stage regarding the divine creation light. With a special technique, one could separate a trace of the divine light and condense it into a crystal. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yan and the others. The so-called Dharma destruction jade that Marquis Jing Huan showed just now was actually a crystallized form of the divine light of creation called the Supreme Dharma Destruction Divine Light. Although the divine light of creation was rare and the sovereign spirit platform had not appeared many times since ancient times, it was not unique in the history of the divine land. There had been cultivators who had built a sovereign spirit platform, condensed a sovereign pill cauldron, formed a purple core, and finally obtained the divine light of creation after forming a nascent soul. it had the profound power to destroy all the techniques in the world, and it was called the Supreme Dharma Destruction Divine Light. Some of the divine light condensed into a crystal and was preserved. After a few twists and turns, it finally landed in Marquis Jing Huan's hands. The divine light that Shi Tianyi used to break the bridge of helplessness is another kind of divine light of creation. It also has its own unique uses, Lin Feng said silently. The divine light of creation that originally belonged to vast heaven. Shi Tianhao sighed softly. Beside him, Xiao Yan's fists abruptly clenched tightly, turning his head to look at Wang Lin, repeating what he said just now. Beautifully fought. Wang Lin took a deep breath and did not speak. His gaze was cold as he slowly turned to look at the void behind him. Although he knew that the space in the void battlefield was chaotic, he still coldly stared at the place where he had fought Shi Tianyi. A faint smile appeared on Shi Tianhao's face. He said softly, "It's fine. Even if I fell from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, the current me has risen again. I will only be stronger than before. And I will definitely take back what belongs to me." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "You're right. Someone owes us something, so we must return it." His gaze swept across his disciples. "Something like the divine light of creation can be seized, but there are many harsh conditions. But as long as the path is not blocked, there will always be a way out." Of course, there were also very strict requirements for those who obtained the divine light of creation that did not originally belong to them. Very few people could meet these requirements. When Shi Tianhao and the others heard this, their eyes lit up. Xiao Yan even sneered. "Shi Tianyi, how much did you eat? Spit it out." Lin Feng looked at them with a smile. Xiao Zhen's attention was mostly on Xiao Yan. But behind Xiao Zhen stood an old man. It was the primordial spirit cultivator, Gu Xian, who had escorted her to the void battlefield. Right now, Gu Xian's attention was all on Lin Feng. He was shocked. It looks easy, but he also has the divine light of creation. If he did not seize it from someone else, as he said, then doesn't that mean he is also the one who established the foundation of supremacy? Xiao Yan suddenly came to his senses. He turned his body slightly and smiled at Wang Lin. "I'm confused. Third junior brother, this is Shun. I have mentioned her to you before." He turned to look at the girl in a green robe who was standing there silently and smiling like a water lily. He said, "Zhen, this is my third junior brother, Wang Lin." Xiao Zhen curtsied. "Fellow Taoist Wang, Zhen greets you. I have often heard Brother Xiao Yan mention that you are the most hard-working and determined person in the sect." Wang Lin put on a serious expression and said, "Lady Zhen, I am Wang Lin. Nice to meet you." Chapter 553. Wang Lin looked at Xiao Zhen and said, "This is the person that eldest senior brother has been thinking about." The girl's slender figure stood quietly in the pitch-black void. She was like a green lotus that bloomed in the mortal world. She was refined and had a unique aura. This girl seemed to be born from the spirit of heaven and earth, so beautiful that it was dazzling. But standing next to Xiao Yan, she sometimes showed the expression of a little girl with a hint of playfulness. It could be seen that she was a cold person, but when she was with Xiao Yan, she was gentle, even when she was with Xiao Yan's peers. Wang Lin nodded in his mind. Such an outstanding girl, and eldest senior brother, is a good match. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother, you are just saving me some face. Among all the disciples, I have the worst talent, so I have to put in more effort and hope that hard work can make up for it." Xiao Zhen smiled and said, "You are too humble, Brother Wang." The ancient brush spirit behind her also nodded. Although it was the first time they met Wang Lin, from their conversation just now, the late stage of Golden Elixir against the Yuanying stage, and he blinded one of Shi Tiany's double pupils. This kind of battle record was enough to make even the ancient brush spirit, who was in the Yuan Shun stage, look at it. Plus, the ancient brush spirit glanced at Lin Feng and said, "This person has very high standards. If you are not an outstanding talent, I am afraid you will not be able to catch his eyes." With a smile on his face, Lin Feng calmly watched the conversation between his disciples. He looked at the ancient brush spirit and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" The ancient brush spirit looked at Xiao Zhan and thought for a moment. "This time, I came out to protect Zhen in the void battlefield to pass the lightning tribulation and form the Yuanying stage. Now that I have achieved my goal." Xiao Yin was shocked. "Zhen, you are going back?" Xiao Zhen frowned and looked at the brush spirit. "Elder Brush, I want to go back later." The ancient brush spirit glanced between Lin Feng and Xiao Yin. "You've just formed your nascent soul. When you go back, it's not only to nourish your body, but also to cultivate higher-level Taoism and supernatural powers. It's best not to delay." He paused for a moment before continuing. "After this round of nourishing and cultivation, you should enter the training period. When that time comes, you will be able to travel freely." Lin Feng waved his hand, looked at Xiao Zhan, and said, "You can decide for yourself." With a flick of his sleeve, a jet-black saber appeared in his hand. The aura of a primordial emperor emanated from it. It was the primordial spirit treasure, the ancient emperor's saber. Lin Feng casually passed the ancient emperor blade to Xiao Yin beside him, lightly saying, "Even though this treasure isn't from your ancient emperor's lineage, it still carries the legacy of the ancient emperor's power. With the help of this treasure, there shouldn't be any obstacles in your nascent soul stage cultivation." Xiao Yin was pleasantly surprised. He looked at Xiao Zhan and saw that Xiao Zhan's face also revealed a happy expression. The ancient brush spirit saw this and smiled bitterly. "But, Master, this treasure belongs to that guy." Xiao Yin hesitated after the surprise. Lin Feng smiled. "It's okay." He flicked the ancient emperor blade with his finger. "You obeyed an original infant stage cultivator and willingly allowed yourself to be refined by him. The only reason was that he had inherited your original owner's Dao technique and promised to help you improve. Am I wrong?" The ancient emperor's saber hummed, and a majestic middle-aged man spoke. "That's right. This person received the ancient emperor's seal. I also think highly of his potential, so I'm willing to be refined by him." Xiao Zhen and the spirit of the ancient brush heard this, and suddenly understood that after the ancient times, there was a powerful cultivator who found the inscriptions left behind by the ancient emperor. Through the inscriptions, he comprehended some of the ancient emperor's teachings, and then refined this ancient emperor's blade. After this cultivator died, the ancient emperor's seal and ancient emperor's saber were left behind and obtained by Marquis Jing Huan. Lin Feng said, "Before us is the ancient emperor lineage. Help her first. When she reaches the primordial spirit level, you will have a chance to reach the incarnation level. If you follow Marquis Jing Huan without the complete Taoism heritage, you will stay at the spirit nurturing level for the rest of your life." The ancient emperor's saber hummed again and said, "I am willing to return to the ancient emperor lineage. Whether or not she reaches the primordial spirit level, I will help her cultivate and be refined by her." At the end of the day, Marquis Jing Huan had not reached the primordial spirit level. The ancient emperor's saber, following him, was not a true submission, but more of a cooperative relationship. When primordial spirit level cultivators refined Dharma treasures, the Dharma treasures could not remove the connection between them unless the Mahayana Dharma treasure chose to reincarnate. when cultivators below the primordial spirit level refined Dharma treasures, the Dharma treasures had a lot of autonomy. Although it was troublesome to remove the traces, it was not impossible. He had his own consciousness. After observing Xiao Zhen carefully, he knew that she was from the ancient emperor lineage. Seeing that she was only a golden elixir cultivator, but she was escorted by the ancient brush spirit, a primordial spirit expert, he could be sure that the power behind her was not small. The ancient emperor lineage did not wither, but flourished instead. In that case, if he followed Xiao Zhen, even if she could not reach the primordial spirit level, the power behind her would definitely have primordial spirit experts. The ancient emperor saber would then return to the ancient emperor lineage, and there would be hope for it to become an incarnation-level Dharma treasure. In fact, the main reason he followed Marquis Jing Huan was that Marquis Jing Huan promised to find the complete ancient emperor lineage with the ancient emperor's seal and help him reach the next level. Xiao Zhen looked at the ancient emperor's saber and smiled. She would not covet Lin Feng's Dharma treasure. In fact, after she successfully reached nascent soul and returned home, her family might give her a Dharma treasure to protect her. It might not be at home, but as long as she went out, she would definitely have a Dharma treasure to protect her. What she's happy about is that this way she can spend more time with Xiao Yin. Shi Tianhao smiled and said, "Eldest senior brother, you have to thank big sister Zhen properly. Master said that after we form our nascent souls, each of us will have a magic treasure. You haven't even formed your nascent soul yet, but you already have one." Xiao Yin chuckled. Lin Feng looked at him and smiled. "The ancient emperor saber is not suitable for you. I am only giving it to you temporarily, mainly to help Miss Zhen cultivate. After you reach nascent soul, Master will specially choose a Dharma treasure for you." Xiao Zhen quickly said, "Senior, you can call me Zhen She turned to the ancient brush spirit. "Elder Brush, I won't stay for long." The ancient brush spirit didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What is this? Is this a betrothal gift?" Lin Feng really didn't have any thoughts in this area. It's just that seeing Xiao Yan and Xiao Zhen reunite after a long time, but also have to separate very quickly. Both of them are very reluctant to part with each other, so he'll just casually help them out. Although, if one were to really talk about betrothal gifts, a magical treasure as a betrothal gift was really not considered light. But for Lin Feng's current wealth, he didn't care much about a spirit-nurturing grade Dharma treasure. His original goal of getting a Dharma treasure for each personal disciple was no longer difficult. Seeing his indifferent look, the ancient brush spirit sighed in his heart. He doesn't even care about Dharma treasures. This Xian Men sect leader is indeed very arrogant. You can see the big picture from the small. He and his disciple Xianmen Tianzong are probably more powerful than many people estimate. Such a powerful person, there was no news of him before, and he rose up without any warning. It is unbelievable. Lin Feng looked at the ancient brush spirit and said, "Zhen and my disciple have reunited after a long time, so it is normal for them to have a good chat. You don't have to worry, I will protect her. As for you, I will not stay any longer. It is not that I am being rude, but I have a message that I need you to bring back to the leader of the ancient emperor orthodoxy." The ancient brush spirit and Xiao Zhen were stunned. The ancient brush spirit straightened his expression. "Please speak, Xianmen sect leader. I will bring the message." Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and stood in the air. His voice was calm. The ancient emperor was kind and benevolent. He deposed the king of the underworld and led the human race to repel the invasion of the demon race. But he was injured because of this and was taken advantage of by others. It is indeed regrettable. But the rule of the human sovereign can no longer be repeated. Even if the ancient emperor was reborn, it would be the same. What stopped him was not someone or some people, but the times. Lin Feng said calmly, "The times have changed. Today is no longer the immemorial age or the ancient age. For the human race to be able to develop to this day, the vast majority of human emperors have made important contributions. But the era of one person ruling the heavens, his words carrying enormous weight, and all living beings bowing to him is gone forever. It is not that people are ungrateful and forgetful, but it is the inevitable development of history. The ancient brush spirit and Xiao Zhen both fell silent. After a long time, the ancient brush spirit slowly said, "I will not comment on what the Xian Men sect leader has said, but I will definitely bring your message." Lin Feng faintly smiled. "If that's the case, then we'll part ways here." He waved his sleeve and took all his disciples and Xiao Zhen away, disappearing into the air. He had already left the void battlefield and returned to the divine land of the boundless world. The ancient brush spirit stayed where he was, thinking back on everything that had happened today, and he could not help but sigh. Lin Feng took everyone back to Jing Mountain. On the way, he observed Xiao Zhan, and found that although the girl looked a little dazed, her emotions were calm and indifferent. She was not affected by what Lin Feng had said before. She had never supported her family's original idea. It was just a bond of kinship that bound her by blood. Lin Feng faintly smiled and did not bother with him anymore. His divine sense turned towards Wang Lin and saw that Wang Lin was currently sitting cross-legged, calmly cultivating and using all his strength to heal his injuries. Sure, Tianyi's divine light of creation had cut off his bridge of helplessness, and his injuries were not light. "Little Lin, calm down and figure out the truth. Not only will it help you heal, but it will also help you improve your cultivation," Lin Feng said, as he pointed his finger and passed the Tao of the Four Symbols heaven-opening book to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body shook, but he did not say anything. He focused on studying the Tao, and the aura around him became more and more profound. An extremely high-spirited aura shot up from his body, as if quantitative change had led to qualitative change. Wang Lin's body began to change. Lin Feng saw this and shook his head, laughing, "Good boy, you did not disappoint me." Chapter 554. Wang Lin closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. White light and black chi surged above his head and gradually condensed into an illusory scene of light and shadow. In the light and shadow, the world changed and chaos opened. The four elements of earth, water, fire, and wind surged and returned to stability. The clear and turbid chi were separated, and the image of the beginning of heaven and earth was projected. After the heaven and earth were created, the light and shadow kept rising and finally turned into a huge door. The door was half black and half white. The left side was as black as ink. There were many relief sculptures on the door, but it was daunting. There were yiksha and yama, hungry ghosts, mountains of knives, and seas of fire. It was like hell. The right side of the door was as white as jade. There were also many sculptures on the door, but they were flowers, mountains, rivers, and thousands of lives. It was full of vitality, like a lively world. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and clapped his hands. Two streams of spiritual qi flew out and poured into the illusory scene of light and shadow that Wang Lin had visualized. One of the spiritual qi was the destructive qi of death from the Stone of Death. The other was the spiritual qi of the first transformation of Lin Feng's magic treasure bell of creation, the Gate of Life. It was the yin and yang life and death formation, the two extreme powers of life and death in the six paths of life and death. The addition of these two streams of spiritual qi immediately helped Wang Lin to quickly deduce his supernatural power. The half-black and half-white door suddenly opened. After the door opened, The illusory scene of light and shadow showed a complete, small world. It was vivid and lifelike. However, as the light and shadow flashed, the world also changed back and forth between hell of the dead and the world of the living. Lin Feng smiled and looked at it. He saw that in the depths of this small world there was another door, but it had not formed yet. This door is still not the end. In Lin Feng's divine sense, there was a bang and a light and shadow illusion appeared, forming a small world of life and death that was exactly the same as Wang Lin's. This was a simulation of the supernatural power that Wang Lin had created with his own supernatural power. He was already a primordial divinity cultivator, and the four symbols heaven opening book was a Tao technique that he had created. Thousands of possibilities were fused into one body, so he only needed to take a look at Wang Lin's divine art to know its foundation. Lin Feng did not need to cultivate this divine power. He only needed to deduce it with his own Tao. There is another door at the end of the small world of life and death. After opening it, there will be another small world. A total of 4 doors. For worlds, the disciples of the sect cultivated the 4 symbols heaven opening scripture, and each had a different understanding. Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi were closer to each other, both from the inside to the outside. Shi Tianhao, on the other hand, was from the outside to the inside. But speaking of which, the paths, skills, and divine abilities that the 3 of them comprehended were all divided into 4 symbols. The divine abilities were connected to each other, yet independent. Wang Lin, on the other hand, was using the 4 heavenly gates to visualize the 4 heavenly gates. The 4 heavenly worlds were linear, moving forward in a straight line. After opening the first gate, the second gate could be opened just like the 4 steps. Each step was a flight of stairs, followed by a different scenery. Compared to Xiao Yan and the others, it was impossible to say who was better. They all came from the same source. There were thousands of great Daos, but in the end, they all reached the same destination. With Lin Feng's help, Wang Lin soon succeeded in refining his first small world. He opened his eyes, which flashed with a terrifying radiance. Lin Feng looked at him and nodded with a smile. Not bad at all. Little Lin, looks like you'll have to go first. Wang Lin also smiled faintly and said, cultivating the 4 symbols heaven opening scripture makes me feel enlightened. Lin Feng smiled and said, that's because you've already accumulated enough. As they spoke, the group returned to Jade Capital Mountain. Once they reached the top of the mountain, Lin Feng waved his sleeves and let everyone down. When Xiao Yan and the others landed on the ground and saw the scene before them, they were shocked. They saw a young man in purple standing in front of them, looking at them with a smile. He bowed and said, "Welcome back, Master, Senior Brother, and Senior Sister." The young man in purple was Yang Qing, who had stayed on Jade Capital Mountain. Behind him was a group of second-generation disciples. They lined up neatly and bowed to Lin Feng and the others. "Welcome back, Ancestral Master." "Welcome back, Master, Senior Uncle, and Junior Uncle." Lin Feng also smiled and looked at everyone. He chuckled and said, "Dispense with the formalities." His figure gradually disappeared, leaving only his voice in the air. "In a while, come to the dark heaven eternal light grotto to find me." Everyone hurriedly bowed and sent Lin Feng off. After bowing, Wang Lin turned to look at Yang Qing. He saw that Yang Qing had a slightly ashamed look on his face. "Third Senior Brother, you've suffered." When Wang Lin had been lost in the void battlefield, Yang Qing had always felt guilty. After returning to the mountain, he had redoubled his efforts in cultivation. In addition to cultivation, he had been worried about Wang Lin's safety. Wang Lin looked at him and shook his head solemnly. "No, 5th Junior Brother, I should be the one thanking you." Just as Lin Feng had said, Yang Qing had chosen to rescue Wang Lin's parents and clan with all his might. This made Wang Lin feel even more grateful to him. Yang Qing then greeted Xiao Yan and the others. Shi Tianhao smiled and said, "Fifth senior brother, you just said that master, senior brother, and senior sister are welcome to return to the mountain. Am I not welcome? How can that be?" Yang Qing smiled, but did not explain. Whether it was Yang Qing or Yu Hongyan, they both called Shi Tianhao by his name. They had never addressed him as junior brother. In their hearts, Shi Tianhao was more of a senior brother. After greeting each other, they turned to look at the group of second-generation disciples. They saw that at the front of the crowd were Li Xingfei, Su Yunsheng, Ying Luozha, Lu Xiaofeng, Fatty Yin Wuwei, and Xiao Huan. Intentionally or unintentionally, the crowd had placed Li Xingfei in the most conspicuous position. Lin Feng had now trained his broadcasting skills to a certain level. It was difficult to transmit transcendence energy in the void battlefield, so he could not do a live broadcast. He used a recording method to record the process of the battle between Wang Lin and Shi Tianyi. He used his transcendence energy to create light and shadow to leave traces. Just now, after leaving the void battlefield, on the way back to the mountain, Lin Feng broadcast the entire process of the battle between Wang Lin and Shi Tianyi to the disciples on the mountain. Everyone was dazzled. It was only at this moment that they realized that their silent, cold, and rarely seen third martial uncle was such a ruthless character. Usually, Wang Lin focused on his own cultivation and rarely went out. He had left the mountain for a long time. As a result, in the impression of the disciples, his presence was extremely faint. Some people even laughed in their hearts that Li Xingfei had no master at all. Although Li Xingfei had a refined appearance and outstanding talent, she was very particular about how she treated people. She was quite popular, so more people felt sorry for her. They felt that if she had acknowledged someone else as her master, it would have been better than following the elusive Wang Lin. But at this moment, after seeing Wang Lin kill the Yuanian cultivator in the void battlefield with a flick of his finger, and even gain the upper hand in the battle against the outstanding Shi Tianyi, everyone was immediately in awe. As they lined up to welcome Wang Lin and the others who had returned, everyone subconsciously let Li Xingfei sit in the center. When Xiao Yan, Shi Tianhao, and Yu Hongyan saw this, they looked at each other and smiled. They also let Wang Lin sit in the center. This brother of theirs had experienced the disaster in the void battlefield and narrowly escaped death. Now that he had finally returned, it was indeed worthy of celebration. Wang Lin looked at Xiao Yan and the other two, then looked at Li Xingfei and the other disciples in front of him. His expression was no longer as cold, and there was an additional trace of warmth in his eyes. After leaving the void battlefield, Wang Lin's temperament gradually changed. He was no longer as cold and murderous, and gradually returned to his calm and gentle state, returning to his original state. However, now that his dermic Tao had improved, he gradually did as he pleased. Even if his state of mind changed, it would not affect his cultivation. These things are for all of you. Wang Lin looked at Li Xingfei and the others. After thinking for a while, he did not say anything. Instead, he used his transcendence energy, and almost 100 jade green crystals flew out of the underworld pearl. These crystals were produced in the void battlefield, and they could effectively help cultivators in their cultivation, especially for cultivators with lower cultivation bases. The effect was especially good. At this moment, everyone was excited because they had witnessed Wang Lin's iron-blooded achievements. After receiving the crystals from Wang Lin, they felt even more excited and motivated. Wang Lin looked at them and lightly nodded. Cultivate well. He glanced at Li Xingfei. and after using his transcendence, energy, and divine sense to detect the movement of the spiritual qi in her body, he said, "One of the meridians has gone astray. Pay attention to the adjustment." Li Xingfei bowed and accepted the instruction. "I was too impatient in my cultivation." Wang Lin nodded. "In the future, I will spend most of my time on the mountain. If you have any questions, just come to me." He paused for a moment before slowly saying, "I've troubled you while I was away." He had already learned from Lin Feng that his parents were now living in Mortal Forest residence. Every day, Li Xingfei took care of them. His senior and junior brothers often went to visit, and Yang Qing went the most frequently. Li Xingfei hurriedly said, "Master, when you have something to do, I will help you. This is what I should do." Wang Lin nodded. "Go back to Mortal Forest residence first, nourish your spiritual qi, and figure out the dermic Tao." Xiao Yan and the rest also greeted their respective disciples. Then let everyone disperse like this. Then they went to the mysterious sky-time grotto heaven to meet Lin Feng. As Xiao Zhen walked, she looked at Xiao Yan and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao Yan has become someone's master. Your two disciples are also quite extraordinary." Xiao Yan smiled. "The thin one is fine, but the fat one is a bit noisy and his temperament is not stable." Seeing the smile on Xiao Zhener's face getting wider, he immediately said in a bad mood, "I know what you are laughing at. You are laughing at me because my temperament is not stable, and yet I teach others. I mislead them." Xiao Zhen put her hands behind her back and laughed crisply. "Zhen didn't say that. But Brother Xiao Yan, it is true that you are becoming more and more self-aware. You are smart." Xiao Yan lightly scratched the bridge of her nose. "But when it comes to being someone's master, I am really not very good at it." Xiao Zhen's face slightly blushed. This was what they used to do when they were young, and now Xiao Yan was used to it. So be it, and in front of Wang Lin, Yu Hongyan, and the others, even though the girl had always been generous, she was still a bit shy. At this time, Xiao Yan also reacted. He pretended to cough as if nothing had happened, but in fact, he secretly looked to the side with the corner of his eyes. He saw that although Wang Lin, Yu Hongyan, and Yang Qing all had a smile on their faces, they all looked to the side and pretended not to see it. Only Shi Tianhao stared with his big black eyes. Not only was he enjoying watching, but there was also a big smile on his face. When he saw Xiao Yan looking over, he simply clapped and said with a smile, "Good job, big brother."